go ahead and take your seats. Ready? I've already asked, but you told me we're ready to bring the jury in, right? That's right. Okay. As we're getting them ready, Ms. Edwards, you said all day today and all day tomorrow. That leaves.
I didn't say all day tomorrow, but I said some tomorrow, all day today.
All right, I misheard you then. Okay, we ready? Let's bring them in, please.
Sorry for the misunderstanding.
That's okay.
I don't think we'll go past lunch, hopefully,
You mean tomorrow? Okay.
but
Assuming we don't go past lunch tomorrow, how much time do you think the defense is going to need? We know Mr. Rudolph's going to be testifying. What else you got?
3 witnesses, possibly 4.
In addition to Mr. Rudolph. Is that what you're saying?
No, 2.
Mr. Rudolph plus?
2 more. 2
Okay.
or 3 more. And maybe some officers, depending on who they call. Rebuttal witnesses.
So you don't really know? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I don't know who they're calling on 13 witnesses. I mean, yeah, I don't know. For sure, I can tell you I have 3 witnesses, maybe 4.
Okay. We have to push this trial, folks. We got to move it.
Jury entering.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Go ahead and take your seats, please. Okay, let's bring the witness back in. I've forgotten her name. Miss Brunt, was it? Or Brandt. Sorry, Miss Brandt. There she comes. Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, you may continue on direct examination.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good morning. CSI Brand, how are you? Good. Good. All right. Where we left off yesterday were various photos that you took at that first scene that you responded to at 4015. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, do you recall when we were speaking about copper fragments that you located throughout the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw those metal fragments, did you take them into evidence and bag them up so that they could be preserved for later?
Yes.
Would you be able to recognize the evidence bags that you put those in if I showed them to you?
Yes.
Judge, permission to approach?
You may.
It's going to be states 15 and 16. Good.
No objection, Judge.
Thank you. I remember you said that yesterday, to basically everything on the table, right?
Except it was.
Except the glass, yeah, okay.
Showing you number 15. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at there?
It's a evidence bag that I completed that contains copper fragments and a silver fragment.
Okay. And on that evidence bag, do you indicate all the different places where you located those different fragments?
Yes.
Okay. State seeks to admit Exhibit 15, Judge.
All right, submitted without objection. Thank you.
Now I'm going to show you number 16. If you could do the same thing, if you look at that, do you recognize that one?
I do.
What is that bag in number 16?
It's an evidence bag I prepared that contains fragments as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did one of the jurors? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You can go ahead and continue.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. All right, go ahead.
The evidence bag I completed that contains fragments recovered from the Cadillac.
Okay. Judge State seeks to admit Exhibit 16.
It's submitted without objection.
Thank you very much. Now, do you also recall the pictures about the phone that was in the front right passenger kind of door panel there?
Yes,
Did you also take that phone into evidence?
I did. It went back and forth from me to Herzog to Vanderlun and then back to me, but ultimately I placed it into evidence.
Okay. And would you recognize that if I showed it to you?
Yes.
May I approach with State
may.
26? If you could take a look at that one. If you could tell the jury what State's 26 is.
It's the evidence bag that I prepared that contains the cell phone from the door panel pocket in the right front passenger quadrant of the Cadillac.
Okay, great. State seeks to admit State's 26.
Admitted without objection.
Now, once you take all of those different photographs and take certain pieces of evidence in, did there come a point in time where a representative from the medical examiner's office arrives on scene as well?
Yes.
Okay, and during that point in time, does that individual also take photographs of the deceased in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and were you present for that?
Yes.
And when you're allowing the medical examiner's investigator to do his work, is either you or him taking out anything that may have been in the victim's pockets, the deceased's
Yes.
pockets? Okay, and you were present for that as well?
Yes.
And do you recall the photograph where the deceased on his pants, there were a pair of car keys?
Yes.
Okay. Where were those car keys located?
In his right front pants pocket.
Okay, and did you take those keys into evidence as well?
I did.
Okay. Permission to approach, Judge?
You may.
This is going to be State's 27. You can take a look at that, and do you recognize it?
I do.
What is that?
The evidence bag I prepared for the keys that were recovered from the victim's right front pants pocket.
Okay. State seeks to admit 27, Judge?
It's admitted without objection.
And as I stated, does the medical examiner's investigator also take photographs separately from all the photographs you take?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach with State's 28, Judge?
You may.
This is going to be a composited exhibit A through F.
Thank you.
You could take a look at these right here. Start with that top one. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what that photograph is?
That's the dorsal side or the top side of the victim's right hand.
Okay. And is this photograph taken once he's removed from the vehicle and prepared basically for the medical examiner to start doing their work?
Yes.
Okay. And so underneath the deceased on this, what's underneath him?
The body bag.
Okay.
And then a white sheet.
Okay. If you could turn to B, what are we looking at here?
This is the palmar side of the victim's right hand.
Okay. If you could turn to C, what are we looking at there?
This is the decedent's right hand in a bag.
Okay. What's the purpose of the bag?
That's to maintain any trace evidence that might be present, because in the post-mortem process, the autopsy process, there are nail clippings taken by the medical staff at the ME. So any evidence that may be derivative from that is captured in this bag and not lost from banging around in the bag.
Got it. If you could turn to D. Now what are we looking at in D?
This is the dorsal side of the victim's right hand.
Is this his right hand or his left hand?
Sorry.
No, it's a little disorienting.
Yeah, sorry, left hand.
Okay. If you go to E, what are we looking at here?
This is the palmar side of the victim's left hand.
Okay. And then the last photo, F, what are we looking at here?
And this is a photo of the victim's left hand with the bag having been placed over it.
For the same purposes we discussed before.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this point, state would seek to admit 28A through F.
Admitted without objection.
Francie. Okay. Now, in terms of the Cadillac, where does the Cadillac go from the scene at 4015 Broadway? Where is it brought?
It's towed from the scene to our crime scene garage, which is located at our office on Gun Club Road.
Okay. And I know we're probably jumping forward in time, but did there come a point in time where you went back to the Cadillac to take even more photos at that location?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the purpose of that?
That's to fully document the vehicle in a controlled environment that wasn't able to be done on scene.
Okay. Now, in terms of on scene, did you get a chance while you were on scene to search the trunk of that vehicle at that point in time?
No.
Did there come a point in time where you were able to open the trunk and see what was inside?
Yes.
You may.
This is going to be states 39A through U. I'm going to publish these up there. You can just grab those quick. Do you recognize those?
I do.
What are those photographs of?
This is the interior trunk of the Cadillac.
Okay. Judge, state seeks to admit 39A through U.
Admitted without objection.
Permission to publish,
You
Judge?
may.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to look at A right now. What are we looking at here?
This is the interior trunk space of the Cadillac.
Okay. Was this when it was just opened during your investigation?
Correct. Well, later in the garage.
In the garage. Okay. This is B. What are we looking at here?
This is part of the contents that we observed in the trunk space.
Okay. Here's better.
Claire?
Thank you.
If you need to, you can stand up and adjust your view if you need.
All right. Like I said, this is letter C. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall view of the contents of the trunk. Some items were removed after the initial photograph was taken to show what was underneath some top items.
Looking at D, what do we see here?
That's another view of the contents of the water bottle and a black satchel.
Okay. Now, in terms of those photographs, was there anything else other than those items that we saw that were in the back of that trunk?
No, not that's photographed.
Okay. What are we looking at here, if you can tell, on E?
That's a cell phone that was in the trunk, and it was laying just forward of that black satchel.
So it wasn't inside of the black satchel?
Correct.
Okay. What about this one here?
This is that same cell phone in its the back cover in its case.
Okay. Same thing here we're looking at?
Same cell phone, but the back of it with the case removed.
Got it. And that one was G. What about H? What are we looking at here?
Same cell phone, but this is the photo of the screen.
Okay. This is I. What are we looking at here?
Same cell phone, removed from its case and the case laying next to it.
Okay. What's this?
That's the black satchel that I referenced earlier.
In terms of states, K, is this now that same satchel just removed from the vehicle itself?
It is.
Okay. This is L. What are we looking at here?
I opened one of the zippered pockets to try to photograph what was inside of it before it was removed.
And then, can you tell what this is right here, kind of this gold bar going across at this point?
It's a zipper for a top view of a small zippered pouch that was inside the satchel.
This is M. What are we looking at here?
And that's that small zippered pouch.
N as in Nancy,
I've unzipped the pouch and photographed the interior.
and that's that smaller little brown pouch that was inside the satchel.
Correct.
What are we looking at here?
This is the contents of that small zippered pouch.
Okay. Was there anything else inside that small zippered pouch other than these various IDs and cards?
No.
Okay. What are we looking at in this photo here?
And this is the large main compartment of that black satchel. I unzipped it and photographed the interior.
This is Q. What is this a photograph of?
That's a photograph of all of the contents of the main compartment of that black satchel, and also a photograph of that small zippered pouch.
This is R. Is this just another close-up photo of that image we just saw?
Correct.
By the way, what's in this bag right here, if you know?
Well, not forensically tested, but it appeared to be tobacco leaves.
This is S. What is this phone that we're looking at here?
That's the face or the screen of a cell phone that was found inside the large main compartment of the black satchel.
What are we looking at in this one?
That same cell phone in its case, but the back of it.
Then the last one for this exhibit. What are we looking at here?
The same cell phone, its back cover, and also next to the case that has been removed.
Okay. And then Judge, permission to publish states 28 that we previously discussed.
You may.
All right, so this was 28A. And we discussed this. This is now, once he's been placed down on the black bag to be prepared for transport to the medical examiner's office.
Correct.
You said that this image A is of his right hand, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of moving him from the car to this location, it's possible that maybe hand positions change or something like that as you're moving him to this location, right?
Yes, and that's evident in the photograph of later of the left hand, because that photograph shows that it was now, currently when I photographed it, in the former position of the right hand before he was removed.
Okay. So if we take a look at B, is this a photograph just trying to show the hand being opened up to see if there's anything of note in this image?
Correct.
Okay. Who's bending the fingers down? Do you know? Is it you or the medical examiner?
The medical examiner.
Got it. And then C, like we discussed, this was the bag to preserve the evidence on that hand, right?
If there was any present, yes.
Now, if we take a look at D, is this now his left hand?
It is.
Okay. And again, in terms of moving his hand or his position, it could have happened between the car and bringing him down to the ground.
Yes.
Looking at E, again, is this the medical examiner opening up his hand to see if there's anything of note, I guess, in the palm of his hand?
Yes.
Okay. And then lastly, F, again, a bag was placed on to preserve any potential evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I know we jumped ahead in time to when you searched the back of the car when it's back at the crime scene, but now let's go back. We're at 4015 Broadway. Where's your next assignment? Where do you go?
I respond to CSI Ali's location, which is near the suspect's residence, as she was working a scene there to see if I could assist her before I went to the Tik address.
Okay. And do you recall what time you were done at the first location, 4015 Broadway?
I believe it was, I arrived at the Tik location at 5:47, so spent about a half hour. 5:17 is when I arrived at the second location.
Okay. And when you get there, are there already PBSO officers there?
Yes.
Okay. Is crime scene tape set up around the area?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that CSI Ali was already there starting to do some crime scene investigation work?
Right. She was at the secondary scene where casings had been located and blood-like stains, and I assisted with swabbing some stains for her.
Okay. And when you arrive on that scene, are photographs also taken of the exterior of 550 Tik as well as the road where the casings were found?
Well, that would be my third scene. My secondary scene was Redwood with CSI Ali. I didn't take any photographs there because that was her scene and she already photographed the area. I just swabbed areas of blood-like stains for her. Then I went to the Tik address, and yes, exterior photographs were taken.
Okay. And although CSI Ali took photographs down on the Redwood Drive where the casings were found, are you familiar with what that scene looked like when you arrived?
I am the roadway and where the stains were that I swabbed, but she had pretty much was wrapping up collecting her casings and her stanchions.
Okay. And did you see the stanchions all placed in the road?
Or the blood-like stains. She was done collecting her firearms evidence.
Got it. So in terms of when you get to that location, do you go to where the blood-like stains are first?
Yes, I meet with her and she points them out to me.
And at that point, you stated that there were stanchions, I guess you called them?
Yes.
Do you recall how many stanchions were on the ground in terms of the casings by the time you got there?
The casings, I believe, had already been picked up, but stanchions remained for the blood-like stains that I was going to be swabbing, and there were 6.
Okay. All right. So once you swab those blood-like stain areas, and we'll get back to that, do you then go and start taking even more photographs once at that scene?
At the Tik scene.
The 550 Tik Drive?
Right. After I clear helping or assisting CSI Ali, I clear Redwood, and then I go over to Tik, and that's when my part of the investigation starts with photographs.
Okay. Permission to approach, Judge?
May.
This is going to be states 54A through double E. If you can just take a look at these photographs real quick, just make sure you recognize them, and then we'll start talking about them.
Okay, I recognize some of them because I took them.
Okay.
Beginning with F and continuing to the end of the photographs are CSI Ali's.
Okay. So starting with number F, I guess?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, state seeks to admit, I believe there's no objection at this point. We'll admit all of them and have her talk about the one she knows.
So I understand that to be the case. Admitted without objection.
All right, so we'll start out with A. What are we looking at here?
This is the front of 550 Teak.
Okay. And in the foreground, or I guess in the middle of the picture here, can you just tell the jury what these lines are that are going across the home?
That's barrier tape.
Okay. What about B?
It's the same, but it's more to the southwest.
Okay. What is this road kind of going along the right side of the photograph, if you know?
That's Redwood.
Okay. This is state C. Over a little bit. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior west side of 550 Teak.
Okay. So what road is this side of the house facing?
Redwood.
Okay. States D. What are we looking at here?
There's some cameras that were attached to the west face of that residence.
States E. What are we looking at here?
This is still the west side, but further south. So, and this would be encompassing the back or south yard.
Of which address or which residence?
550 Teak.
Now, I know this one looks a little dark. And this is F. Can you tell what we're looking at here?
That this would begin CSI Ali's photographs of her scene. I can only guess it's Redwood. I don't know. I wasn't there when the photographs were taken.
Got it. We're going to skip now. This is states S as in Sam. Okay. What are we looking at here?
Again, CSI Ali's photograph and her scene. I wasn't there. I didn't view that when I was there on the scene. I was there to swab the blood-like stains.
Do you recall
Yellow
what?
markers, I know, because we all use the same. They are stanchions that mark evidence.
Got it. Do you remember which stanchions were the location of the blood-like stains that you tested or swabbed?
I do.
Could you tell the jury how many of them there were?
I swabbed 6 stains on Redwood Drive. All of them on Redwood Drive at various addresses. The first one at 586, the next at 580, 3 more at 580 but on the sidewalk, and the last at 574. And those were marked by stanchions 40 through 45.
Got it. So in terms of this photograph here, and I know it might be difficult to see, is this number 40, stanchion number 40?
I can't see it from.
Let me bring it up. And again, this is states S.
Yes, 40 and 41 in the background.
Got it. So right here is number 40, the first blood-like stain that you indicated, right?
That I swabbed, yes.
And then this one in the back, is that number 41?
Yes.
Show you an alternative photo. Now, is this just getting closer now to stanchion 41, 42, and 43?
Yes.
What are we looking at in this one?
That's a close-up of stanchion 40 and the blood-like stain.
Okay. Is that the blood-like stain you're referring to?
It is.
Now, why do you take a photograph, I guess, like this?
That's part of our protocol. We do overall, mid-range, and then close-up, so that we know that 40, there's no other background noise, and you can concentrate on your marker and the evidence itself.
V is in Victor. What are we looking at here?
This is a stanchion 41.
Okay. And has blood-like stains around stanchion 41, right?
Yes, that's the area I swapped.
Moving on to W. What are we looking at here?
With stanchions 42, 43, and 44, also marking blood-like stains that I swapped.
And do you recall what address this is closest to, I guess, these stanchions right here?
42, 43, and 44 were all at 580 Redwood, but on the sidewalk.
Okay. Showing now X. Again, is this just a close-up of stanchion 42?
Yes.
Okay. And where are the blood-like stains, if you can tell from this photograph?
To the left?
So right around here?
Yes.
Okay. Again, for Y, is this another close-up now moving to stanchion 43?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where the blood-like stain might have been here?
To the left.
To the left? Right here?
It's hard to see because the driveway was spotted with dark and dried vegetation. It had rained.
Okay. But in terms of the blood-like stain, it's in this area right here?
Yes.
Okay. Now looking at Z. What are we looking at here?
Stanchion 44,
Okay.
marking a blood-like stain.
Where was 44 located? Closest address?
Oh, again, 580 Redwood on the sidewalk.
AAA, again, is this just a close-up of 44 and a blood-like stain next to it?
Yes.
This one I might bring up to you, but can you tell if this is stanchion 45?
It appears to be, yes.
Bring it up to you, just to confirm. States BB.
Yes, 45.
Okay. And what was located at stanchion 45?
And that was a blood-like stain I swabbed as well. And this would be at 574 Redwood.
Got it. Is that further south, further north than all the other stanchions that we saw? Further south. Okay. This is CC. Is this now close-up of stanchion 45 and the blood-like stain right below it?
Yes.
DD. What are we looking at here?
It's down at the bottom. You can barely, but 45.
45?
Yeah.
Do you recall what this pathway is right here?
It's a sidewalk, I believe. Yeah, west of this. It says from the driveway, west of the sidewalk.
Got it. And then the last one in this set, double E. Is this now just a pulled back shot of where stanchion 45 was located?
Yes.
Okay. And then, Judge, just permission to retrieve, I believe it states 1A.
All right. You may. Do you need the easel?
I could just hold it, Judge.
Okay.
You see this okay? See this, Brant?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms, permission for her to step down, Judge?
Sure. Watch your step getting down. Might want to use the pointer as well so neither of you blocks the view of the jury.
So this is states 1A. Do you recognize this area? I do. Okay. What is this area?
So I tell you what, move over there so one of you can use the standing microphone and CSI Brandt can use.
Okay. So can you show us on this diagram where 550 Teak Drive is? Okay. Now, in terms of, we're starting with stanchions 40 through 45. Can you show the jury where those stanchions were located?
Between Sable Palm, on Redwood, so between Sable Palm and the curve.
Okay. And in terms of that last photograph we saw with that sidewalk kind of going along, can you point out where that is on this map?
I cannot.
Okay. But the stanchions 40 through 45 are basically near this intersection of Sable Palm Drive and North Redwood Drive?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So after you're able to go down and work on those stanchions while Ali works on the shell casings, did there come a point in time where now you go to 550 Teak Drive and start taking pictures of the exterior of the residence?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach, Judge?
You may.
This is states 36A through M. Take a look at those. Just let me know if you recognize them.
I recognize these as photographs I took.
Great. And where did you take these then? What are these going to depict?
550 teak, the exterior.
We already saw some of these. What are we looking at here in A?
This is the exterior west side of the residence. It shows a closer up of the starting of the backyard and the attached back porch and cameras.
Okay. We look at B. What's in this image?
This is the driveway area, and it reflects what the occupied driveway, and there's some cameras attached to the north face of the residence by the garage.
I think C. Is that what you're just talking about?
Yes.
What about image D?
This is the approximate midsection of the front of 550 Teak.
Letter E, what are we looking at here?
These are ground lights along the walking path to the front door, some of which have been knocked over.
States F, what are we looking at here?
That's the corner of the residence, and it reflects a camera mounted outside.
States G,
This is an exterior mounted camera above the front door.
States H, what are we looking at?
This is the exterior north face of the residence, further east section of the residence.
States I, what are we looking at here?
Again, it's the approximate midsection of the north face of the residence. You can see the barrier tape, the ground cover lights, and a T-shirt laying on the ground.
Now, I might as well, I'll finish these and we'll get to it. But in terms of that T-shirt that was found outside, did you collect that T-shirt as evidence as well?
I did.
Okay. States J, what are we looking at here?
That's one of two vehicles that were parked in the eastbound lane of Teak in front of the residence.
Okay. States K, is this just a close-up of that same vehicle?
This is the second vehicle.
Okay.
The first one was an Infiniti. This is a BMW.
Then moving on to L. What do we see in this one?
This is the front of that BMW.
Okay. And then can you tell the jury what that is right there?
It's an impact mark with a large radiating fractures around the initial strike mark.
Okay.
It's in the front windshield, driver's side.
Is there a difference between an impact mark and a bullet, I guess, compared to the Cadillac that we saw?
A bullet can cause an impact mark or a strike mark or a non-penetrating mark, and it can also be perforating, meaning it goes through and creates a hole. This is an impact mark. It did not go through.
Got it. Do you know what caused that? Can you say what caused that damage to that vehicle?
I don't know. It was present when I arrived, and that's why it was documented.
Then the last one for this exhibit, M as in Mary, what are we looking at here?
That's the same BMW. It's just the passenger side of it.
Okay. And then in terms of any other defects to that BMW, did you notice any other defects on that vehicle short of the windshield?
No.
Okay. Then permission approach with States 29, Judge?
You may.
If you could take a look at States 29, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an evidence bag I prepared and contains the black T-shirt from the front yard of 550 Teak.
State asked to admit 29 into evidence, Judge?
Submitted without objection.
Okay, so once you take photos of the exterior, did there come a point in time where a search warrant was authorized for you to go inside of 550 Teak to also take photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do so?
Yes.
Okay. This is States 35, Judge, as a composite exhibit. You can just look through those. We're going to be going through them anyway. And if there's any that you eventually don't recognize, you can let us know. But if you can look through those, see if they're familiar.
It's 35A through what?
Triple W, Judge.
Okay.
Okay, I recognize all of these as photographs I took at 550 Teak.
Great. State seeks to admit 35A through triple W, Judge.
And they're admitted without, or it is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Judge?
May.
Thank you. All right, we'll start with A. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior of the front door to 550 Teak.
Okay. B.
This is the front entry into 550 Teak.
C.
This is the living room area.
Can you tell us, if you know, what this is up in kind of near the top left corner?
It's a monitor that had 5 different camera views of the exterior of the residence.
Okay. What are we looking here?
This is what we've identified as the northwest bedroom, the brother's bedroom of the suspect.
Which brother, if you know? Or what was the name of the individual in that?
I don't know.
This is photograph E. Is this that same bedroom?
It is.
Now, in terms of documenting the inside of the house, did you try to go into every room and just take photographs of anything that might be there in terms of evidentiary value to document it?
Yes, do overall photographs of every room initially, and then go back and, as we're searching through the rooms, focus, again, more photographs on evidentiary items.
Photograph F, what is this?
That's the same northwest bedroom.
Now we'll move on to G. What are we looking at here?
That's a bed and a mirror dresser in the northwest bedroom.
H, what are we looking at here?
This is in the northwest bedroom, and it's a view from the entry door into that bedroom into the living room.
Okay. So in terms of out this door, this is kind of the center living room area of the home?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
This is again in the same bedroom, northwest bedroom.
Now we're looking inside of the bedroom, I guess, from the living room area?
Yes.
Okay. Jay, what are we looking at here?
I'm sorry, can you go back one photograph?
Yes.
That television is on. This is what was identified to me. We were calling it in my report the northeast bedroom, but identified to me as belonging to Travis Rudolph. That TV is on. That's his bedroom.
So when
That's
we
the northeast bedroom.
northeast bedroom, so if we move to J, are we still talking about that same bedroom then?
We are. This is the bed in the northeast bedroom.
K?
That's another view of the bed.
Okay. Do you know whose photograph that is up there?
I don't know.
Okay. L? What are we looking at here?
That's another view of the northwest corner of that same bedroom.
M is in Mary. What are we looking at here?
That's a cell phone that was on the bed in the northeast bedroom.
Okay. O?
Same cell phone, same bed, same bedroom, just a closer view.
Or excuse me, that was N is in Nancy. This is O. What are we looking at here?
This is out in the living room. So there's an opening in the living room wall that leads to 2 other bedrooms and a bathroom. And this is above that opening. So that would be the southeast corner of the living room. And that's the monitor I spoke of earlier that has camera views on it, and behind which is the DVR.
P is in Peter. Is that the DVR, a closer up photo of the DVR you were just mentioning?
Yes.
In terms of Q, was this attached kind of or nearby that system?
Yes.
The security system?
Yes.
Looking at R, do you recall what this is?
This was in the northeast bedroom, just documents of showing cameras, and possibly for the same cameras attached to the home that were discovered in a nightstand drawer.
Got it. S is in Sam. What are we looking at here?
Okay, this is the floor of the northeast bedroom on the south side of the bed. So between the south side of the bed and the opening to the closet that was in the south wall.
And then what is this right almost in the center of the photograph?
That's part of a cover for a cell phone.
Was there a cell phone inside of it before you took this picture?
No.
Okay. T, is this now just a close-up of that same cover?
Yes.
This is states U. What are we looking at here?
This is on top of the upper shelf that's attached to the wall in the closet in the northeast bedroom. And this is the west corner of that shelf.
And this was Mr. Rudolph's bedroom's closet, right?
Yes.
What is this?
Gun.
What type of gun?
6 hour.
Do you know what caliber or what make and model?
223.
This is V as in Victor. What are we looking at here?
It's another photograph of that same area.
What's right below the firearm?
I can't see. There's a small safe on the shelf, a box above it, and on top of that is the firearm.
W. What is this?
That's a closer view of the gun.
So you hadn't touched this gun at all prior to taking these photographs?
No.
X. What are we looking at here?
This is a wallet. There was a dresser opposite the foot of the bed in the northeast bedroom.
What are we looking at here?
This is part of the contents of that wallet.
Okay. That was states Y. Going to state Z. What are we looking at here?
Same, more of the contents. We have a CCW and a driver's license in the name of Travis Rudolph.
Okay. This is double A. What are we looking at here?
That's atop the same dresser, but in a different area, and it's part of a front cover for a cell phone case.
Okay. BB, what are we looking at here?
That's a holstered handgun.
Okay. Where is this, I guess? Are we still in that same bedroom we've been talking about, the northeast bedroom?
We are.
Okay. So what drawer is this inside of that bedroom?
Top dresser drawer at the far end of the same dresser that held the wallet and that part of the red cell phone case.
Now, when you came in to this bedroom, was this drawer already open, or did you have to open the drawer?
We had to open it.
CC, what are we looking at here?
That's just a closer up view of that holstered gun in the drawer.
Now, in terms of the gun we saw in the top of the closet and this gun right here, did you take those guns into custody?
I did.
DD, what are we looking at here?
That's the 6 hour in a gun box after it was removed from the closet.
EE, what are we looking at here?
Now I'm just taking photographs of each section of this gun.
FF. Is this just a close-up of the trigger of that same gun?
Right. In the grip.
GG.
This is the midsection of that same gun.
Then HH.
And this is the muzzle end of that same gun.
And in terms of II, is this just another backed up version?
It's just the flip side of the gun.
Flip the gun around to take another close, further out view of that.
Yes.
JJ, what are we looking at there?
This is the midsection on the flip side of that same gun, and it does show some markings, 6-hour SIG M400, which would be the model.
KK, what is this?
Now I'm beginning to photograph that holstered gun that was in the dresser drawer.
Okay. And where did you put it, I guess, to take this photograph?
It's on the bed.
LL, is that the same gun?
Yeah, just turned over.
And when you located it, was it inside of this holster, inside of that dresser drawer?
It was.
MM is in Mary? What are we looking
Photos of the gun with it now removed from the holster.
NN? What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up of the midsection of the gun. It may show some markings. It's a little dark. I can't see.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
May.
Again, this is NN, is in Nancy. If you could take a look at that photo, can you tell what make and model of firearm that is?
Yes, and also the originator, where it was made.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what type of firearm that is?
It's an FN Herstal, which is F as in Foxtrot, N as in Nancy, Herstal, Herstal, and it's made in Belgium.
Thank you. OO.
And we're just moving down the gun, the slide area, and taking additional photographs.
And PP, what are we looking at on that list?
This is the muzzle end of the FN Herstal, and that silver plate reflects the serial number.
QQ, what are we looking at there?
That's a loaded magazine
Where did that loaded magazine come from?
from the Herstal.
It was inside of it at the time?
Yes.
Okay. RR, what are we looking at here?
That's another loaded magazine.
Was this magazine at full capacity or fully loaded?
Yes.
SS, what are we looking at here?
This is a top view of one of a few of loaded magazines that I collected,
Okay.
showing the ammunition inside.
Do you know what type of ammunition that is?
223, I believe.
TT,
This is literature that we found in the northeast bedroom, in the nightstand.
and is it in relation to the first firearm that we saw in the closet in the top?
It is. That attachment, that literature for that attachment was on the 6-hour from the closet.
UU,
And this is the box for the prior literature, and that box contained another attachment, the same that was on the gun in the closet.
so this right in the center is a different item than the gun itself that had a similar kind of attachment to it, right?
Correct.
VV, what are we looking at here?
This is literature that was discovered in the northeast bedroom for the Sig Sauer that was in the closet.
WW, what are we looking at here?
This is the north end of area of the dresser, not in the dresser, but next to the north end of the dresser from which the FN Herstal gun was removed. These are hard-sided handgun cases.
And when you say these are you referring, number one, to this black container with the blue handles?
Yes, and the one below.
And then this one right here.
Yes.
XX, what are we looking at here?
These are markings or labels that were on one of those handgun carrying cases.
YY?
This is the interior of one of those gun boxes.
Was anything removed or was it empty other than kind of this documentation that we're seeing here when you photographed it?
It was as is when I photographed it. There's the only firearms related evidence that was in there is in that manila envelope in the middle. And usually if you receive a firearm in the carry case, it always has a test fire in it from the manufacturer.
Let's look at ZZ. What is that?
That's the test fire round.
So you said that was inside of like a manila envelope inside of that box?
Yes.
Okay. AAA? What are we looking at here?
That's the manila envelope that I was referring to, and it has the test fire information, what caliber, who did it, when it happened, from the manufacturer.
All right. Triple B, what are we looking at here?
This is the exterior of one of those handgun carry cases.
Triple C, what are we looking at here?
This is the interior of that same carry case.
Triple D, what do we have here?
These are 2 loaded handgun magazines that were in that carry case.
Okay. And in terms of being loaded, were they fully loaded magazines?
Yes.
Now let's look at Triple E. I can bring this up for you if necessary. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
What is depicted in this photograph?
And that's the floor on the west side of the bed in the northwest bedroom, and part of a drum magazine that was located underneath the bed.
So in terms of this bedroom, is this what you confirm to be Travis Rudolph's bedroom or a different bedroom?
No, a different bedroom that was identified as belonging to his brother.
Got it. Triple F. What are we looking at here?
The closer view of that drum magazine in the same location.
Triple G. What are we looking at here?
This is that drum magazine having been removed from under the bed.
Triple H. What are we looking at here?
This is the top view of the loading area for the cartridges in that drum magazine.
Now, did you take this drum magazine into evidence as well?
Yes.
Were you able to count how many bullets were in this drum magazine?
Yes.
Do you recall how many there were?
Can I refer to my report?
Of course, if it helps. Just let me know when you're ready.
There were 61 remaining cartridges in the drum magazine.
Triple I, is this just another angle of that drum magazine?
Yes, it's just turned on its side, so this would actually be an underneath view.
Triple J, what are we looking at here?
These are the cartridges that were in the drum magazine.
Now let's look at Triple K. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at a mirror dresser in the northwest bedroom where the drum magazine was found.
Okay. So staying in that bedroom for Triple L, what are we looking at here?
There are 2 cell phones that were atop the mirror dresser.
Okay. Triple M, are those 2 same cell phones?
The same cell phones, yes.
Triple N, what are we looking at there?
This is the front screen of one of those cell phones.
Now, was it already powered on, or did you have to power this phone on to do this?
It was on.
Triple O, is that the back of the phone that we just looked at?
Yes.
Okay. Triple P, what are we looking at here?
That same cell phone, but removed from its case.
Why do you remove the the cases from the phones?
Because sometimes you find goodies in the case.
Did you find any goodies or anything in the backs of these phone cases that you were taking off?
No.
Triple Q. Got that same phone now just to get the backside of it.
Yes.
Okay. Triple R. What are we looking at here?
Now we're going back to the northeast bedroom, the bedroom of Travis Rudolph, and we're taking a photograph of the label that was on one of the hard-sided carry cases.
Triple S. Is that the case?
Another view of the case, the side view.
Got it. And where was this located specifically in that bedroom? Do you recall?
The northeast bedroom along the north end of the dresser that was against the west wall.
Triple T. What are we looking at right here?
That was found to be an ammo case, if you want to call it. It's a big hard-sided bin that had hundreds of loose cartridges in it.
Okay. Fired cartridges or unfired cartridges?
No, intact bullets.
Triple U. What are we looking at here?
That was the label that was on that canister.
And where was that canister found again?
That was on the floor up against the north wall in the northeast bedroom, or Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
Triple V. What are we looking at here?
That's the contents of that ammo can.
Then lastly, for Triple W, what are we looking at right here?
Part of the head stamps of some of the cartridges that were in that ammo can. I believe there were 3 different kinds of cartridges and 227 total cartridges.
Inside of that one, I guess.
Inside that ammo can, yeah.
Yep. Thank you. Now, in terms, we know what caliber the 6-hour was. Do you know what caliber or what type of gun was the handgun that you had found in the residence as well?
The Herstal was a 5.7 by 28 semi-auto pistol.
So once you document by photographing, do you then go back to those different areas where you noticed things of relevance and start taking those into evidence as well?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Judge?
May?
First, I'll start off with State's Exhibit 45. You can take a look at that one. What are we looking at for State's 45?
This is a evidence bag I prepared, the contents of which are pistol magazines that were recovered from the northeast bedroom.
Okay. You want to take a look at number 46? Tell us if you recognize that.
I do.
What is that?
It's also evidence bag that I prepared for the holster that the FN Herstal pistol from the dresser drawer was contained in.
So you separated it out in terms of preserving it for evidence from the actual firearm itself?
Yes, any firearms evidence, they just want the firearms. They don't want all the doodads that come with it.
Got it. And then if you want to take a look at number 47, do you recognize that one?
I do.
What is that?
The evidence bag that I prepared that contains the owner's manual for the 6-hour M400.
Okay. This time, Judge State seeks to admit 45, 46, and 47.
Admitted without objection. All 3.
Now approaching with number 44, Judge. Take a look at that one. Do you recognize what's inside of that?
It's evidence bag are prepared for the Flambeau ammo can.
And so is that the one that had, I think you said, over 200 ammunition inside of it? That was found in the closet?
227 cartridges.
Okay, thank you. State seeks to enter 44, Judge.
Admitted without objection.
May approach with 56, Judge.
You may.
Take a look at number 56. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is that?
It's an evidence bag I prepared, the contents of which is the Apple iPhone that was atop the bed in the northeast bedroom.
Got it. And that would be Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
Yes.
State seeks to admit 56, Judge.
Admitted without objection.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
First, I'm going to show you State's 48. What are we looking at for that evidence bag?
It's an evidence bag I prepared for the drum magazine and the cartridges contained in it.
Okay. And so when you put it into this bag, did you leave all the bullets inside of that drum magazine, or did you take them all out and put the drum empty inside and all the bullets inside?
No, it was transported from the scene to our office intact. And then as we further document and process items of evidence, the cartridges were removed.
Got it. Then the last one I have in terms of evidence, if you want to take a look at number 25.
This is evidence bag were prepared for the Blue Apple iPhone in the clear case, and that which was from the black satchel in the trunk of the caddy.
Okay. And that was recovered once the car had been moved back to the crime scene kind of headquarters, and you went further in terms of evaluating that Cadillac.
Yes.
Judge State seeks to admit 48 and 25.
They're both admitted without objection.
Now, in terms of the Cadillac, do you end up drawing any types of diagrams to show kind of where all the different defects of the vehicle, where you located them?
No.
Okay. Does anybody draw a diagram sometimes in your field?
Sometimes if it's not as many as there was just too much information to put in one sheet of paper.
Got it. So in terms of once you get the Cadillac back to kind of crime scene headquarters, we'll call it, were you able to notate the total number of defects on the outside of that black Cadillac?
Yes.
How many were there?
30.
Okay. And then in terms of defects on the inside of the vehicle, how many were you able to count?
53.
Okay. Now, is it possible that on the inside of the vehicle that multiple defects could have been caused by a singular bullet?
Yes.
So is that why we might have a difference between the number of shots on the outside of the car versus what's messed up on the inside of the car?
Yes. If you have one bullet traveling through multiple surfaces of one particular area, it's going to be the same, basically the same defect.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Now, after you take all that evidence into your custody at the home, is there a time that comes up on April 13th that you also go and collect autopsy evidence from the medical examiners?
Oh, it's brought to me and secured in our drawing room. Usually one of the day shift CSIs has to do the picking up of that evidence because my hours aren't conducive to that. So that's what was done. A CSI from day shift picked it up, secured it in the drawing room, and then when I came in, I took custody of it.
May I approach with 42 and 43, Judge?
May?
Take a look at number 42. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is an evidence bag containing autopsy evidence, sealed manila envelope containing projectile debris fragments from the right back of the victim.
And these came from Dr. Marlon Osborne in the medical examiner's office, right?
Yes.
And you can look at number 43. What is that one?
This is an evidence bag I prepared for additional autopsy evidence received, and it's 9 individual manila envelopes, all labeled with the victim's name and the location from which 9 projectiles were removed from his body at autopsy.
Okay. Thank you very much. State seeks to enter 42 and 43, Judge.
They're admitted without objection.
Now, we talked about a lot, CSI Brandt, in terms of all the photos you took, the evidence that you collected. Going back to 415 Broadway, were you ever asked to search the rooftops of that area in that location?
No.
Did you? I think we saw in the photos there's a food truck kind of out behind a chain link fence. Did you ever go behind that chain link fence to look for any firearms or anything like that?
I did not.
Were you ever requested to do so at that time?
No.
Okay. And then in terms of either alleyways nearby or sewer gutters, did you go digging in a sewer gutter to see if there were any firearms there?
No, I searched and we photographed what was available to us around the caddy, near the caddy, so that front lot of that property.
And aside from, the bullet defects in the vehicle and obviously a deceased person, did you have any indication from when you're looking in the car or around the car that there were firearms at that location?
No.
Okay. So given everything we've spoken about going to 415 Broadway, going to 550 Teak Drive, all your photographs, all your evidence collection, does that pretty much summarize everything that you're involved in terms of this case and evidence collection?
Yes, other than all of the follow-up that was required to photograph, rephotograph, and document evidence that was collected, and the packaging and disseminating to evidence, those 3 scenes, and the photographs entails all of my involvement in this case.
All right. I don't have any further questions, Judge. I just want to retrieve that evidence to put it back in order.
All right, very well, do that. And while Mr. Klausi is doing that, we'll take a 90-second stand up and stretch break, folks. Folks, we're going to actually have to take a little longer break. But what I would like to do, just for your edification and for organization purposes, I'd like to finish with this witness, which means cross-examination and potential redirect, before we take a lunch break, if that's all right with you all. Okay? All right. So we'll take a 15-minute break, roughly 15 minutes. So let's be back here at 11:45, please. 11:45. Remembering and obeying the 4 cardinal rules while you're back there. No research, no discussion, and open mind, and you will not run into any of us.
All right, take your notepads, put them face down your chair, please. Numbers up. Follow me.
Water or a bathroom break?
If you need a refill of water, that'd be great.
You would like more water? You take a bottle of water?
Oh, that'd be, yeah.
Bottle of water?
Please. Thank you.
Just keep away from your business.
They probably they didn't find out.
Oh, wait. I need to ask CSI grant. The court needs to know about the CSI grant. The drum that was taken in, the actual physical drum, does it still have cases in that bag?
If it's on the property receipt that's on the bag, yes.
Well, what I was asking before because I know you categorize these as firearms evidence.
This card's not on the system. This wasn't really-
Yeah, but we staple ours ourselves, so that's why the
All right. Maybe. Huh? Put it back on the table.
How you doing?
That's Bronson's second.
Then I need his phone. That's what his phone is.
That was part of
There's only one other.
You're right.
This has photos. Are you clear?
Some of them I can still has for the next season. That's not that one, that's not in here.
Whatever you need.
This is the one
Clerk has that.
No, no.
Or this is the one that's inside out. 54. A to W.
Stuff that's already in.
So now, sorry. There are two cell phones in evidence. One is your client's and the other one is. Of course you have. But you literally sent him. I thought you wanted him to be able to get it back, so we put it in. She said there was two cell phones on the plane.
No, it's DJ's bedroom. That's what she said, correct? It might have been my misunderstanding. In DJ's room, she saw there was two cells on the dresser. That's what she
She said, and that's what it looked like. Just know that if you use it for even ID, he does not get it back. That's all. Just trying to come to this result.
You have more photos? You must have more.
Oh, I got it.
Right here.
Permit.
Thank you. That's all there is?
Yes.
Yeah, hold on.
Go ahead and put it in. He has a starter code.
Let's hold on. I mean, I didn't.
All this stuff.
I'll put it over here. What do you have? Ron?
I have.
Can I just see it? Mind if I just come up with that? Thank you. Come to order, quarter's back in session.
Okay, we all set? Ready to bring him back? Yes? Okay.
Just between the group of the parties, there's going to be one last exhibit entered, and then.
Okay, all right.
And judges, no, this will have to be finished before lunch. It's not possible.
Say again?
It won't be finished before lunch. It's not possible, Judge.
Yeah, you will. We're just going to wait and take a lunch break when you're done.
Well, that's not fair, Judge. You're imposing unreasonable conditions on the defense. It's 10 to 12, and this is a,
Who says we have to take a lunch break at 12?
no problem. It's just unfair, Judge.
Okay. Duly noted. We're on the 9th day of this trial, folks. And as I've said umpteen times, I've got another murder trial that's supposed to start on Friday. While we're waiting for the jury, I think a member of the press wanted to take photos.
Jury entering.
I'll get to that later, all right? Thank you. All right, welcome back, folks. Go ahead and take your seats. All right, Mr. Shiner, you may begin your cross.
Just state.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes, you may.
This is State 70. Take a look at that. You recognize it?
I do.
Okay. What is that?
The evidence bag I prepared for a gray Apple iPhone and a black OtterBox that was atop the dresser in the northwest bedroom.
Okay. And whose bedroom was that again, just for clarification?
Travis Rudolph's brother.
Got it. State seek to admit number 70, Judge?
All right, and as I understand it, that's admitted without objection. All right. Finish with direct.
Just look here for a second, Judge. Just looking at. Oh,
I'm sorry, I guess you're not finished with direct. I thought you had been.
I think I just have to do this, Judge. Just show
Okay.
This is X. Is that the cell phone we were just talking about, or a different one? That's inside of that bag.
No, this photograph is in Travis Rudolph's bedroom, which is the northeast. The phone we just published was in the northwest.
AAA. What phone is that?
It's not a phone, it's part of a case.
That's just the empty casing.
Right, right.
So in terms of the brother's bedroom, that's where that cell phone that we just submitted was located.
Correct.
Where was it found in the room?
On top of the mirror dresser.
And in terms of the other cell phone that you collected, in terms of going through the house, where was that one found when you first went into the house?
On the bed in Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You're
No
welcome.
further questions.
All right, cross-exam. Yes, sir.
No problem.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
You would agree as a crime scene investigator, you only get one chance to basically do it right, right?
We only get one chance at a scene, yes.
Right, do it right.
We only get one chance to photograph, document, collect.
One you leave the scene, it could be contaminated, somebody could steal something, somebody could add something. So that's why you make sure you get everything while you're at the scene, as much as humanly possible, right?
Correct.
And obviously, you've got a lot of experience, you've been doing this a long time, right?
Yes.
And you've probably been to hundreds of cases, or thousands probably in your career, right?
Yes.
All right. You're getting paid to be here, right?
I'm sorry, what?
You're getting paid to be here, right?
Yes.
All right, and if you work overtime, you get paid, right?
Yes.
And if you come to a deposition, you also get paid by the sheriff?
Yes.
You weren't limited in your time to be working on this case at all, were you? Nobody said you only have 5 hours, 50 hours, 1,000 hours. You had as many hours as you needed, right?
Correct.
And nobody pressured you to rush at any of the crime scenes you worked on in this case?
No.
And you feel you had enough time to do your job, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you go to a crime scene like 40th and Broadway, the first one you went to that night, do you generally know what you're doing without taking directions, or do you basically talk to the lead detective and try to figure out what y'all are going to do together? How do you do that?
It's collaborative. I receive a briefing from the detective or deputy who's on scene, and they let me know information on the particular scene or information known thus far. And then I take it from there, do a walk around, and then I start documenting.
All right, and is that briefing over, or can they give you information as it comes along during the day?
It's not uncommon for them to add information as they gain more information and share it with me.
Because then you might think other things that may not have been relevant could later on become relevant if you find additional information, right?
It's possible, yes.
So the first place you go in this case was 40th and Broadway,
Yes.
and you arrived there sometime in the middle of the night?
Yes.
And do you have any information that any of the West Palm Beach, well, first of all, how many West Palm Beach police officers do you think were there when you were there?
I don't know. I didn't count.
Too many to count probably, right?
I'm sorry?
Too many to count, like there was multiples?
There were multiples, but not too many to count. That's not something I do, is count how many heads are there.
All right. Did you ask anybody from West Palm to give you a hand?
To give?
You a hand?
No.
Yeah. How come you had enough help?
Not their scene. So any resources that I may have needed in addition to what was there would have come from the sheriff's office at my request.
All right. How many employees do y'all have? A couple of thousand?
I'm sure.
All right. And sworn deputies, at least 1,000 or more?
I guess.
Did you ask anyone to help you while you were at the scene?
I had assistance from crime scene manager Brunson.
Okay. And she's really experienced as well, right?
Yes.
All right. If you needed any help from anybody else from the sheriff's office, could you have called for help?
Yes.
Okay. And do you guys have a mutual aid agreement between other county police agencies such as West Palm Beach? In other words, do y'all help each other if it's needed?
Sure.
Okay. So if you really needed West Palm, they could have helped you too, right?
They wouldn't be my first go-to, but they would have, I'm sure if I'd asked, they would have made themselves available.
Okay. And you were not limited in the amount of time you spent on 40th and Broadway, right?
Correct.
In 40th and Broadway, you said we saw the photographs. You probably took hundreds of photographs at 40th and Broadway, right?
Yes.
All right, let me ask you about a couple of them. Show you what's been entered into evidence from the state. State exhibit number 12. I'll read you the letter that I'm putting up on the screen. They're actually not labeled. It's 12A through G. None of them have designations. I can't tell you which one I'm putting up. I'm sorry. It's from exhibit 12. that's obviously the Cadillac in question, right?
Yes.
Okay. And behind. Let me take the mic. All right, and so this gas station obviously is closed this time of night, right?
Yes.
You don't know if there was a working gas station or automotive shop or if it was permanently closed. You don't know.
Well, it's labeled as an automotive repair shop, and there were no gas pumps. The property itself just looked like it used to be a gas station.
Okay, do you know if it was open during the, obviously not in the middle of the night, but during the daytime, or it was abandoned, or you don't know?
I don't know.
Did you ever go back in the daytime?
I did not.
So this area here, the fenced area, I don't know, was it your term that this was a mobile home?
It looked to me like an RV.
All right. Is it possible it's also a food truck maybe?
Anything's possible.
Well, did you take
I don't know.
Did you go inside the fenced area?
I did not.
Were you told by any of the police officers, the first responding officer, or any of your supervisors that night that the officer who found the two guys out of the car who were alive were silhouettes in the background in this area here?
No.
If you were told that, would you have possibly looked back here to see if they discarded anything?
Yes, or at least gotten access to it so it could be searched and photographed.
All right. And access meaning there's probably a lock on the gate?
Yes.
Y'all can cut locks with no problem, right? I mean, the police
Yes.
can do that. But you weren't given that information that there was possibly two silhouettes here not waving the police down. Did you hear that? That the officer who got there found it suspicious because the two surviving or living men were not waving anyone down? Did you hear that?
Mischaracterizing the testimony, counsel's testifying.
As at this point, that's true, sustained.
Well, did you hear anything at all that the two men who were alive from this car were not waving a police officer down?
No.
From the police, I'm talking. Not from the individuals, I'm talking from the police.
No.
Okay. So as you sit there today, you can't tell us if there's any casings back here behind the fence area or on the roof of this truck or van or whatever it is, if there's any cell phones back there, any guns back there from this particular case. You wouldn't know, right?
Correct.
Did you ever find out when you were at 550 Teak Drive later in the morning? I know you went there and you told us you helped CSI Alley. You picked up the 6 swabs, and then you went to 550 Teak Drive, and we'll go through those photographs again. But when you were there during that scene early in the morning, do you remember finding out there was a gun found about 100 feet from the shooting scene?
Yes.
Okay. And when you found that out, you didn't know whose gun it was, did you?
I didn't know.
Did the lead investigator ever say, do me a favor and go back here now that we found a gun that doesn't belong to Travis Rudolph? Go back here and check back here in this area?
No.
If you were asked that by your supervisors, the detective, the lieutenants, whoever was there, would you have went back there and did that?
Yes.
So when you were there, you didn't have any indication there was anything that could have been discarded. Nobody told you, right?
No.
So all you did was focus in the lot area like you testified to.
Yes.
Okay? Do you remember if there was a fence on the other side of this garage?
I believe there was, yes.
Let me see if I can find that picture. I don't know if it's here. I don't see that photograph. Give me a second. Well, that photograph's not in evidence, but you do recall a similar type fence as we saw in that last photo, right?
Yes.
And obviously, well, not obviously, you would agree you didn't go back and search that fence area either, did you?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't go back later on to do it when a gun was discovered later that morning, right?
No.
And to your knowledge, if anyone from the sheriff's office would have went back to 40th and Broadway to search the roofs, the fenced area, would have been you, right?
Not necessarily. It may have, depending on when it occurred.
Okay.
If someone had gone back there during day shift in the morning or in the afternoon, obviously I'm not working, so they would have asked another CSI if evidence had been found to come and document and collect.
So y'all have a 24-hour around the clock. Someone's always on duty or in on call.
Yes.
All right. Do you have any knowledge if anyone from the sheriff's office went back to look in the fenced area that we just talked about?
I do not.
I'll show you some exhibits from states number 53 that's been entered into evidence. Same question, the roof area above this, is this a working facility or is it not working, or you don't know? I forgot what you said, I'm sorry.
I don't know if it's vacant. It's labeled like it's a working business, but I don't know for a fact that it is.
Okay. This roof area, you never went up there, did you?
No.
And you could personally do it with ladders, or you have drones, right? You can send a drone up there too, can't you?
Yes.
And there was no reason in your mind when you initially got there to even think about doing it, right?
No, I didn't receive any information that that area should be considered.
I'll show you 53E. So would this photograph be the south wall adjacent to the parking area for this gas station or the automotive shop?
Yes.
And do you know what kind of building this is? Like if it's an open building, closed, not open, but at the time, but is it a, what is this? I mean, what do you remember?
I don't know.
All right. This building is obviously higher than the gas station, right?
It's higher.
Higher, the wall goes higher or similar to it?
I don't know the elevation reference between the two. I don't understand.
I'm trying to just get, from the ground here, you can't see on the roof level of this building,
Oh,
can you?
no.
And same thing for the gas station. You can't see on the roof from ground level, right?
Correct.
All right. Same questions. No, you didn't search the roof of this building here.
No.
And to your knowledge, nobody did. For law
I'm not aware
enforcement.
that anyone did.
Sorry?
I'm not aware that they did.
Okay. So you're 53M. Inside the, let me get out of the way. Inside the black Cadillac, the dash was still on, right?
Yes.
You know if anyone checked if there was a GPS put into this car?
I didn't. I don't know if someone else did.
Y'all have people who can do that at the sheriff's office?
I don't know if our fleet would take care of that or we'd call somebody else out. I don't know.
And in terms of the cell phones, you don't know anything about it, or maybe you do. Do you know anything about any cell phones being checked if a GPS was plugged into somebody's phone on April 7th, rather, of 2021?
That information I wouldn't know about.
You collect the phones, and it's up to the detectives to decide if they're going to do something with them?
Correct. And if something is going to be done, then media would take care of that for downloads and et cetera.
You have a special department at the sheriff's office for that, right?
Yes.
All right. You heard there was 2 guys that were in this Cadillac along with the decedent prior to the car coming to its final resting spot, right?
Yes.
Did anyone give you a phone from either one of the men who were in the parking lot that came out of this Cadillac? Did any law enforcement give you a phone from either one of those people?
No, I have one phone from the scene, but that was in the vehicle.
Sure. So you have no knowledge if, do you know the names of the 2 men that were out? If I tell you the names, would it ring a bell possibly?
One of them was Tyler Robinson.
Okay. He wasn't in the car. It was a guy named Keyshawn Jones.
It was an injured party.
Right, that was back up by Tik a couple blocks away.
Right.
I'm talking coming out of the car, the 2 guys that were initially in the car was a man named Keyshawn Jones and Chris Lowe. Do you know either one of them?
No.
Any contact with them in this case?
I believe they were on scene when I was on scene, and I saw them conversing with Detective Vanderlyn,
Okay.
but I didn't have any direct contact with them.
All right. Did Detective Vanderlyn give you a phone from either one of those men?
No.
And you also found 2 phones in the trunk of the car.
Yes.
And the phone in the pocket was next to the decedent in the door pocket, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you know that's Tyler Robinson's phone, or you wouldn't know that?
I don't know who the owner of that phone is.
All right. Let me show you. Fence number 15. It's been admitted into evidence. Is that the phone you found in the door pocket?
Yes.
Is there did you find any kind of blood-like substance, human tissue, hair and fiber that may have been from someone who was shot, anything like that on this phone?
No, just damage to the phone.
And looked to you like it was ballistic damage based on where it was placed in the door?
It's possible that it was based on the holes and the defects in the door.
And was it consistent with the damage to the door pocket of the car getting struck while it was in the door pocket of the car?
Yes.
All right, and this was so I'm clear, this was in the passenger door right near the decedent.
Yes.
Okay. Did you know the city of West Palm Beach had cameras that may have captured the path of the Cadillac driving from Tik Drive to where its final resting spot was?
Possible. I know there are neighborhood cameras, but I don't know for sure if West Palm has them in the area or in the path the vehicle may have traveled.
Did anybody that evening ask you to do a search of a possible path that the Cadillac traveled to see if there was any relevant evidence for a jury to possibly see at a later date?
No.
If they would have asked you to do that, would you have been able to accomplish that?
Yes.
And if you needed help, there was plenty of police officers who could help you with that?
Yes.
Anyone ask you to look for cameras from businesses or homes where this car may have passed by, the Cadillac?
Not specifically, but when in the area, like at the gas station, I looked.
Just in that area?
Oh, yes.
Okay, no, give me a second, sorry. I'm talking you know from this case, from doing all the work you did, that the car came from Tik Drive in Lake Park, the 40th and Broadway, to the that business that we just saw in the pictures, right?
Yes.
All right. Did you drive that area at any time to check for cameras or business cameras or house cameras to see if anything was captured on that related to this case?
I did not.
You said you had no indication. The reason why you initially didn't look for guns is you had no indication that inside the car there may have been a gun, right?
Correct.
Well, how would you have an indication if someone got rid of it? How would you know if you don't look around? How would you know that the people in the car had a gun before you got there if they dumped it somewhere, if nobody checked? How would you know that?
Not sure I understand your question.
All right.
How do I know what I don't know?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, when I'm documenting a crime scene, I have to go on what is known to the detectives or the deputies at that time in order to process my scene.
Sure.
If I gain more information as I'm processing my scene, I'll add that to my processing menu.
Okay, so if you don't know something,
So if I don't know, then I don't know how to act on it.
of course, I get it. I'm not faulting you. I'm just trying to get out that if no one told you that there may have been a gun or multiple guns in the decedent's car, how would you know that, right?
Correct.
You weren't there when this incident happened.
No, I didn't receive any information about guns.
Okay. And even when a gun may have been found 100 feet from where this incident occurred, that didn't trigger anyone to tell you to go back and do a further search?
I wasn't asked to go back to the business on Broadway to do a further search.
If you would have known that while you were there, if you got a call from someone and said, "Hey, Miss Brandt, do me a favor. We just found a gun dumped by a fence 100 feet from where this happened, where one of the alleged victims were running." Would that have triggered you to possibly do a further search while you were there on Broadway?
I'm sure.
All right. So, I'll show you defense number 11. Nobody showed you this or gave you details that there was a gun found right by the fence area through one backyard while you were at 40th and Broadway, right?
No.
Could you go back a second day? Not you personally, but you or somebody from the sheriff's office. Let's say they say, "Oh wow, you know what? One of these guys who are claiming their victims had a gun. Maybe other guys are not being truthful either. So can you go back once the tape's off? Is there any rule saying you can't go back and check again?"
No, you can go back.
All right. So did anyone ask you or anyone in your department to go back and search the path of travel from the Cadillac the second day?
I was not asked.
I'm
To my
talking.
knowledge, no one else in the crime scene was asked to do that.
Okay. So the 7th, the 8th, or 9th of April 2021, no one asked you or anyone in your department, to your knowledge, to go back to search the path of travel of the car, right?
Correct.
Or 40th and Broadway to search roofs, behind fenced areas, right?
Correct.
Did anyone ask you to photograph for injuries the two gentlemen that were talking to Detective Andolin, Chris Lowe, and Keyshawn Jones while you were there?
No.
You normally do that if someone's involved in a fight or a shooting?
Yes, but also we get help from the detectives who are able to take photographs if I'm not immediately available or an investigator is not immediately available.
So the police themselves have the ability to take photographs?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know if that was done. You didn't do it, but you don't know if the detectives did it in this case.
Correct.
And let's talk about photographs of individuals. No one asked you to ever take a photograph of Mr. Travis Rudolph, did they?
No.
And you could have done that when he came out of his home and was in handcuffs. If someone asked you to document his injuries or lack of injuries, you could do that with photographs, right?
If asked, I could have photographed him, yes.
All right, to your knowledge, do you know if anybody from crime scene did that?
I'm not aware that anybody had contact with him.
How about someone named DJ or Darryl Rudolph? Same questions. Were you asked to photograph him?
No.
You know, to your knowledge, nobody was asked to photograph him, right?
I'm not aware of anyone else who was asked.
Okay. Go back to State's Exhibit number 53N as in Nancy. Get out of the way. This obviously looks like a pen.
Yes.
There's no relevance to this case as far as you know.
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. Did you find anything else on this side? On the floor, on the driver's floorboard?
No.
Okay. (53Q) as in Queen. You've seen hands similar to this in suicides, haven't you? With people holding guns?
I've seen hands in that similar position on several scenes. Not
Talking
just
suicides.
criminal and non-criminal.
I'm talking suicides, man.
Sometimes.
Right? I'm going to show you it's been entered into evidence. State's Exhibit number 4. Huh? I don't need gloves, I'm fine.
I'm sorry?
I'm fine without gloves unless you want me to put them on.
Apparently, the state wants you to. Not really sure why, honestly, at this point, but
You want me to put them on, Judge?
yeah.
I'll just need one, thank you. You have the ability to take that off? Oh, sorry. Can you rack it back or I'll do it? Okay, thank you. Can you just put it back? Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Defense Exhibit number 4. It's been entered into evidence. No clip in it, and the deputy cleared it. So,
I'm sorry, you said defense?
State's Exhibit 4. Apologize.
Right. And the last exhibit you were talking, you said defense as well. Aren't those all state?
Those are all state.
Yeah, everything that you used so far.
Yes, sir.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
All right. Would you agree that I'm holding this gun like this, and I want to point it. I want to point it this way. Okay. Like holding the gun this way. No, I need another one. Right there. Obviously, if I'm holding a gun like this, right? Can you see this?
I can.
Okay. When I remove it. Does my hand look like the decedent's hand? You don't talk to the medical examiner to try to get information if that is consistent with the decedent's hand with holding a firearm, do you?
No.
You're just photographing and collecting evidence, right?
Yes. Processing.
Would you agree you took about 50 pictures, 30 to 50 pictures of the decedent's hand and the sitting position he was in, up close, all different positions?
I don't know that it was 50 photographs, but he was photographed in situ, so that would mean as I see him in the vehicle, parts of him, and then once again, as he's removed from the vehicle and about to be processed into the body bag, more photos.
Numerous photos indicating where his hand position was at his final resting place.
Several photos of his hands and him.
Okay, even up close photos.
Yes.
Okay. Let's skip around a little bit because pictures are in order somewhat. I'll show you the state's exhibit number 53B. It's been entered into evidence. Right side up?
Yes.
Oh. So obviously this will be the front headlight of the Cadillac.
Right front.
Did you find a bullet back there?
No.
Do you believe there was one back there?
It's possible, but not from my reach through the housing into the light assembly itself.
Did you ever find out if this light was broken prior to this incident?
I didn't have any information that that was true.
All right. Do you know how this was broken? Does
No, I don't.
it look like a bullet struck it, or you don't have an opinion?
The damage that is to the housing, to the headlight housing itself, and not the interior, is larger than you would typically see in a single bullet hole. But that may be because of the material is fragile and it broke apart in larger pieces. So, but I do not know for a fact that a bullet hole caused that damage.
You have an opinion? Based on your training and experience and what you observed? If you
I have an opinion that based on the circumstances, it would not be out of the realm of possibility that a bullet hole caused that damage.
Okay. There was a couple of flat tires on this car, right? And I'll show you 53, states 53X. Would you agree that's the passenger front tire?
Yes.
And that it's flat?
Yes.
Find a bullet in there?
No.
Did you look? Did it look like a bullet struck it, or you don't know?
That I don't know.
Right. Was there another flat tire on this car?
No.
How about on the back of the driver's side? Remember that tire being flat?
No.
$53DD. States $53DD. I don't know if you can see it. I can't see it there. Look, may I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
53DD, you see a flat tire in this photograph? In the back.
That's a door.
All right. What's this?
That's reflection.
Oh, it's a reflection?
Yeah.
Okay, let me keep.
The door is open this way. Here's the door jamb.
So that's the reflection of the front tire?
Yeah.
All right, let me keep looking, thanks. you take a picture of the driver's side?
Yes.
You don't have any photos with you, do you?
No.
I believe it was on the video. Do you remember the video of your walkthrough? Do you remember seeing a flat tire in the back behind the driver's side, the rear tire?
The left rear passenger behind the driver's?
When you say left, so if I'm behind the
I'm
car,
thinking left is driver's side.
if I'm behind the car, it'd be to my left,
You're facing the trunk,
facing the trunk.
so on your left.
Okay, yes,
So-
that side, the rear tire. I thought it was on your video when you walked through that tire.
I don't recall seeing that any of those tires. I mean, they're low profile, so it may have looked like it was flat, but I don't recall. Recall the right front, the passenger front, being flat.
We can always look at that again. As far as you remember, you don't think it was?
No.
Okay. All right. Here's the picture. You're right. It was not. I'm going to show you. It's not labeled. 1 second. States 12A through G. I don't know which letter this is, but you're right. That's not flat.
No.
Okay. So the only flat tire was the one in the front.
Yes.
Did you see, or did you get under the car to see how the engine leaked all that oil where the bullets went through?
I did not.
Do you know if it was through the front of the tire of the car, possibly through the grill?
I'm sorry. It appeared it began under the engine compartment when I first got there. That's where it was concentrated. And as I remained at the scene, the fluid started drifting towards the back of the vehicle.
Sure, but obviously from this case, bullet holes must have hit the pan with the oil or the engine, right?
Oh, no doubt.
Did you get under there to see which direction the bullets came from to hit the engine or the oil pan?
No.
So is there any way of knowing if it came from the front of the car, or the side of the car, back of the car? Can you tell?
No.
The night owl cameras we looked at. Let's go to those pictures. It's 54. I'll tell you what letters. Let's start with the outside of the house. 54A. Is this one of the cameras you were talking about right here on top of the garage?
Yes.
And was there any more here?
Above the front door.
Okay.
Can we approach briefly? Or is it just an issue with the evidence and how what card is on there?
All right, come on up. Feel free to stand up, stretch, ladies and gentlemen, remembering and obeying 3 of the 4 cardinal rules. No research, no discussion, an open mind.
I'm just discussing with you the outside cameras, not inside, okay?
Correct.
Because inside you said there was a screen, not a camera, but a monitor with, you could see 5 cameras, right?
Yes.
I don't see any pictures here of the actual front door. Did you take close-ups of the front door?
Yes.
We saw your video. Do you remember seeing the... On your video, do you remember seeing the camera at the front door not facing outwards? It was facing towards the house?
Yes.
Did that look a little odd to you? That someone would have a security camera and it's facing to the house?
Yes.
Did you take fingerprints off of that?
I did not.
Fingerprints would possibly, you can compare that if there was a latent print. How would you do that? How do you do that? How do you take fingerprints or try to?
Depends on what the surface is.
You remember the surface on the camera above the door?
Some kind of resin, I assume.
All right. How would you take fingerprints if you tried to?
With mag or black powder.
All right. And then you brush it on to see if you get a ridge detail.
Yes.
Then you could possibly match it up to someone who you have a standard that you knew that what fingerprints they really had.
Well, someone else would do that, yes.
Sure. I mean, you're not an expert now. You're only an expert in taking or trying to get prints off of something, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you can also swab something for DNA like a camera, right?
Sure.
What's swabbing for DNA? What do you do? How do you do that?
We use, well, our department, our process is we use sterile cotton swabs, which are basically Q-tips. Moisten them with distilled or sterile water. And then you rub the swabs, your moistened swabs, against whatever substrate you're processing.
And your knowledge, when you do that, you have a DNA lab at the sheriff's office. You can tell us if somebody may have left their DNA on an object.
If their DNA is present on an object.
And to do that, you would have to just take a standard, like a swab of their mouth.
Right, for comparison.
You've taken standards, right?
Sure.
So this way you can see if they match up to an unknown or DNA that's on an object to see if that person who you took the swab from touched that item, right?
Correct.
You didn't do that in this case.
No.
Nobody asked you to do that.
No.
I'll show you States 54C. You said the camera was up here?
Yes.
2 cameras or 1?
There were 2.
Okay. Facing different directions?
Yes.
So when you arrive to this house, when you're outside the home, you don't know if you're being recorded, do you?
Correct.
When you got to the front of the house, you don't know if you're being recorded.
Correct.
While you were in the house watching the monitor, did you think the DVR was recording everything?
I wasn't watching the monitor.
Well, you got a picture of it. You saw there was 5 different cameras, right?
For documentation purposes, I wasn't staring at the monitor.
No, of course not. But you saw there was a live view of 5 different cameras from the outside, right?
Well, there were 5 different camera views. I don't know if they were how last they were live. So,
Well, they were
I'm
live
not
when you were
sure.
in the house, weren't they?
well, there were views on the monitor, yes, and there were 5 camera views from exterior cameras.
I know you weren't staring at it, but if you would look at it, you could see what's going on outside from inside the house, right?
If they were working and timed correctly, I guess one could, but I didn't view it in that manner. It was
Okay, so
for
you don't-
documentation only.
All right. So you can't tell us if I'm in the house as a law enforcement officer at 3 o'clock in the morning and I look at the screen, can I see who's coming to the front door? Well, I wouldn't see the front door because it's facing the wrong way. But this camera here, if it was working,
Well, there was a ring next to the front door as well.
but you didn't have access to that on the monitor, did you?
I don't know what the monitor specific views. I know there were exterior camera views.
Okay. So what I'm asking you, let's say these cameras, for instance, if you're in the house, can you look at the monitor and see what's happening outside live? Or you don't know. That's okay if you don't know.
Well, what was on the screen when I photographed it was outside. Live, I can't tell you.
So, okay. No one asked you to check that, right?
No, I wouldn't be pulling that information off media.
All right, well, if you're there, couldn't you tell if another police officer's walking around the house? Or outside, rather?
Again, I don't know if they were live or if it was frozen, and I'm not monitoring the monitor. I have a job to do, which is to photograph and start collecting evidence. I'm not looking at that screen.
Sure. I don't want to belabor the point, but nobody asked you to do that, to check if you could see a live view of what's going on outside.
No, that wouldn't be part of what they would ask me to do anyway.
Who would do that if it was important?
Well, we have a unit in violent crimes that deals with all media extractions from cell phones to DVRs.
Okay. I'm going to say 53E. 53E. Said there was another camera facing the backyard?
Yes.
You never went in the backyard area, did you?
No.
So if there's little chickens there or pigs or anything, you don't know, right?
No.
Okay. And where was this camera? It's kind of hard to see. Was it on the...
It's at the corner. It's facing the backyard, so it's actually the exterior south face of that residence, which is facing the backyard, but it's the extreme west corner of it.
Okay. Would it be up here, like this area?
Yes.
Okay. What's this on the this outdoor patio?
That's a camera.
And what's up here?
Well, there's two. One on the corner
Okay.
there, and then I guess that's a porch. So the cover or roof of the porch.
Okay. You didn't collect the DVR that was behind the screen, did you?
No.
Who did that? Do you know? If you know.
Detective Pychek.
And who is he?
He's a homicide detective.
Do you know why the people from the computer division, like you mentioned, didn't come out and do that?
Sometimes they're asked to respond, and sometimes a detective will collect media instead of crime scene because they can directly deliver it to the techs and the detectives that are going to extract information. With me, if I collected a DVR or any form of media, like cell phones, it's a process for me to document, package, and ultimately get that information into evidence so that the correct techs have access to it. So it's just a straight line from point A to point B if a detective takes media that needs to be downloaded later instead of waiting for me to be able to get to it.
Is there a way to specifically remove the recording device? Make sure the evidence on it is preserved?
You're asking the wrong person. I don't know.
That's why y'all have experts there to do that, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
You know if Detective Pychek is an expert in media collection.
No, but it's not out of the norm for a detective to collect a media device from a cell phone to a DVR to a computer to a laptop.
You know if he's an expert is my question.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay. You remember seeing a red light on the DVR indicating it was possibly recording when you photo? I know you just quickly looked at it and you weren't studying
At
it.
this time, I don't recall.
Okay. Show you State's Exhibit 35. 35A. Show you 35A. ring camera that you referred to?
Yes.
Make sure it's on. Is the ring camera you referred to?
Yes.
Okay, we have to make sure it's recorded. Thank you. And that would be, how would you classify it? If I'm walking to the front door, it'd be to my right? A
Yes.
few feet up off the ground?
I'm sorry?
A few feet up off the ground.
Yes.
You know if this camera was working?
I do not.
You know if there was a doorbell as part of the ring? Was there a ring doorbell?
I'm assuming they're one and the same. I'm not sure.
Right? Did you ever check if the doorbell was working by any chance?
I did not.
Was this the night owl camera that we talked about that was not facing towards the home?
Correct.
Were there any other cameras in this area?
No, not around the front door.
How about,
The ceiling mount and then the ring.
all right, so we knew there was one to the south side of the front of the house, right?
Yes.
One in the center
Yes.
by the door. Was there any to the, now this would have been north actually, right?
North is this way. So you're facing the front door, you're south. So
Okay.
to your right would be west and left east.
Okay, so to my right is west.
Yes.
There was a camera to the west.
Yes.
Thanks for the correction. Would there be a camera to the east?
I believe there was one at the far east corner of the residence.
Okay. Was that facing the right direction? Well, meaning right direction, facing out to the street.
Correct.
Where most people would put it.
Correct.
All right. And the one on the west, was that facing out directly to the grass or street area, driveway?
The one on the garage? By the
Yeah.
garage?
That one.
That was more oriented to the driveway, so it's like maybe not true north, but northeast-ish.
Okay. Do you know if those cameras light up when they're on? Like the outside, if I'm walking by them, can I tell they're on?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Now let me go back to 35B. Does that look like a doorbell to you? If you know from the Ring camera,
That's the ring, yes.
you know if that's a doorbell too, or you don't know.
I don't know.
If I show you the picture, would that help, or you would know?
Well, I don't have a ring, so I don't know all the components and the doodads that come with it. So
Gotcha. Okay, 35C. And this was the monitor you're referring to?
yes,
And you see 5 different screens, different split screens?
yes.
Okay. Did it appear to be working, or did it appear to not be working? Or you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. The cell phone that the prosecutor put in at the end that you said was Travis Rudolph's brother. Remember that one?
From his bedroom.
Right. There was only one phone in his bedroom, right? And
I believe there were 2 on his dresser.
I thought that's what you said in your direct testimony. You said that, but then we only see one in evidence. Do you know where the other one is?
No, well, then I only collected the gray iPhone.
Why only one?
Maybe it wasn't in play, and the detectives said, no, just take the gray one. I don't know if they were able to differentiate ownership or not, and that's the reason I don't know.
Okay, you took the best one that, according to what the police told you, may be involved in this case.
Yes.
All right. Do you know if that phone was ever checked or dumped or whatever, downloaded?
I don't know for sure, but I think it's a certainty.
All right. It's a certainty that it should have been done, right?
I'm going to say it was all of the cell phones. I'm pretty certain that downloads were done
Why do you think that?
because of the type of investigation it was.
Okay. Okay. You don't know for sure. You're just saying it should have been.
Correct.
Okay. No doubt about that in your mind.
In my mind, no.
All right, you go to homicide, unfortunately in Palm Beach County, you go to homicide scenes probably a couple of times a week, don't you? Or at least once
Yes.
a week. Are phone evidence becoming very, very important in most homicide cases?
They're very important in every case that they're available. They hold a lot of information.
Are you familiar with the triangulation where they could possibly tell where a person was
Yes.
at the time the incident occurring?
Yes.
And where they made the calls from, possibly?
Yes.
You know anything about if calls are erased, if it would pick them up on the downloads, or you wouldn't know about that?
I'm not sure about that.
Remember some football paraphernalia in Mr. Rudolph's room, like a football and a football helmet from the Giants? Do you remember seeing that?
Yes.
And you actually, I could show this to you, but do you remember on photograph number L, the letter number L and 35L, was it that the TV even had a football channel on? I'm going to show you
I know it's on, but I just don't know what
my approach to it.
You may.
what the information, what channel he was on. There's football information on the car one at the bottom. I can't make out what channel it is, though.
Remember seeing the Raiders sign on the bottom?
I'm sorry, what sign?
Raiders. You know the Raiders?
Yes.
So it looks like he's watching some kind of football show.
It could be. I don't know if he's streaming that or if it's a network show. I have no idea what channel it is.
Okay.
It just has football information on it.
That was on when you got into Mr. Travis's room, right?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't change the channel.
No.
Of course not. No time to watch something else. Of course not.
Bravo, TLC. Yeah.
All right, then there's some pictures of a cell phone. Was this, and I'm a little confused. Maybe you can help me. Was this phone in Mr. Rudolph, Travis Rudolph's or DJ or Darryl Rudolph's?
It was on the bed in Travis's bedroom.
Okay. This phone, was it cracked?
I'm sorry?
Was it cracked? Was it broken?
Correct. Oh, the screen. I'll have to check my report for a better description. Yes, atop the bed, the black Apple iPhone with a cracked screen.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Do you want gloves to open this cell phone up?
No. They're gonna give me it anyway. Thank you. You watching?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's professional does this.
But I'm much better than me.
Do I have to chew it open, or can I have some scissors?
Need some scissors?
You got scissors? There you go. Mr. Shiner. Here. Or, thanks, Mike.
Thank you, darling.
Can you just hold that up so we can see it, please? I can't tell it's cracked. Where is it cracked?
Up the top, the radiating fractures down here to the front face.
I'm sorry. Can I publish to the jury, Judge?
Yeah, sure.
Can I borrow that? Thank you.
You want close?
No. Thank you. You can take the gloves off. I probably won't show you anything that you may need them.
Promise?
All right, that phone that we just saw, did you try to see if it was working?
No, but I manipulated it in order to photograph it, and usually if it's on, the screen will light up.
Okay, because we saw pictures of the phone that was in the trunk with the tennis screen. Remember that? The red
Yes.
phone?
Yes.
And that we could see there was a whole bunch of writing on there. Remember that?
Yes.
All right, so normally if you move the phone, if it's working or on,
If it's on, that will activate the screensaver, and it will come on.
you don't know that phone got cracked or broken or whatever condition it's in, do you?
No.
All right. Let me show you 53. Oh. Upside down for you, or is that right? I can't tell.
No, that's correct.
Oh. How big would you say the monitor is in the living room area? Rough estimate.
Maybe 32 or smaller.
32 inches or smaller?
Yeah.
Okay. And behind it, would that be, to your knowledge, the DVR that records or doesn't record? Whatever.
That's the DVR, yes.
And DVR means that's what is supposed to record? It's the recording device? And maybe this is just the shadow or not, but there's red dots here. Do you know if that means it's on, or you wouldn't know? And I can show you the picture if you need to see it better.
I believe you. I just don't know what that's indicative of. If it's live recording or not. I don't know.
Did you find out subsequent to weeks later that the cameras weren't recording according to the sheriff's office?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you find out they were recording?
After if they downloaded the information, I wasn't made aware of it.
Okay, so you don't know the results if it was working or not?
No.
Okay. And you collected photographs with the cameras and the guidebook on how to work it, right?
Yes.
And where did you find the letter R and Q as a password, right?
Yes.
Where did you find the guidebook and things like that?
That information was in Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
You know where, roughly? Like in a drawer? Was it out?
No, I believe it was that, and other information that was pulled was in a nightstand drawer next to his bed.
Was it his bed or the mom's room or you
No, his bedroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. On 53S. What's this phone case is to what?
It's part of the phone case. I don't know if it originated. I don't know where it originated from. If it was part of the what was on the phone on the bed or not.
Was this in the brother's room or in Mr. Rudolph's room?
Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
Okay. So it was already off the phone the time you got there, right?
It was there when I started photographing this scene.
All right. So would you assume this, based on what you saw, was this case originally, or because it fit that phone that we saw, that's cracked?
Yes.
And there's no case on that phone, right?
No.
The one that you have in evidence.
Correct.
you're showing some photographs. I don't know if the letters looks like C and V. Sure we get this straight. One of them. Another one. Let me show you another one. And then also E. This is on top of Mr. Rudolph's closet.
Yes.
All right, so it's obvious he didn't try to take this gun and throw it down a sewer, right?
Well, I don't know if that's obvious, but this is where it was when I documented it.
Okay. You didn't have to go on a roof to find this gun, did you?
Correct.
You didn't use any drones to find it, right?
No.
You just walk right in, it's right there.
That's where it was located.
You could see this. It wasn't hidden, right?
No.
And it was actually made safe. There was absolutely no bullets still in the gun when you observed it, right?
There were no bullets and there was no magazine.
Okay, so this gun was made safe. When law enforcement came in, there was no, you didn't have to get anyone to remove the magazine or take any bullets out of the chamber, right?
Well, any firearm that is discovered on any scene is checked anyway for safety by a law enforcement officer. And that was done by Detective Pychek. He confirmed there was nothing in the chamber and there was no magazine.
All right, and that's a smart thing to do when you know the police are coming to your house for a shooting and you just use that gun, right? Take the bullets out, right?
I'm supposed to respond to that? No,
You think it's
I've never had to hide a gun from the police, so I don't know what
no, but
all the moving parts are when you're going to do that.
of course,
So I don't know.
You've been to a lot of crime scenes, right?
Yes,
You don't always see guns right out in the open where someone's accused of killing another human being, do you?
true. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, sometimes people discard them, they hide them, right?
True.
Right? Even sometimes you got to dig in closets, right?
Sure.
Open up safes.
Look under beds.
Anywhere a mind can deviate,
Sure.
people can do it.
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you found the drum in, that holds 100 bullets, it holds 100 bullets, right?
That's true.
That was in the brother's room, Daryl Rudolph.
Yes, under the bed.
All right. Completely on the other side of the house, right?
Yes, opposite ends.
Okay. And it wasn't completely under the bed. You said the produce you could see is partly sticking out, right?
Well, that was after it was found.
Okay. So did you pull it out?
Yeah, the detective who discovered it, when he looked under the bed, he pulled out the edge of it so that it could be photographed before being completely removed.
It wasn't covered by a blanket, was it?
Not that I'm aware of.
There was nothing.
It was just covered by the bed.
Sure. And if you look under the bed, it's right there.
Sure.
Okay. So your BB 53 BB. Hard to see, but if your testimony, tell me if you agree. Your testimony is that's where the other firearm was, the FN,
Yes.
and it was in a holster.
Yes.
You know if this has anything to do with this case at all?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. You just took it and photographed it because, hey, you never know, right?
Correct.
Any gun may be involved in a homicide case. So you wanted to make sure.
Correct.
You can't go back a month later. Well, maybe you could, but it'll be much harder a month later if you find out this F&N had something to do with this case. It'd be too late to go back and possibly collect it if someone hid it from you, right?
Correct.
Then you were showing a lot of pictures of the actual firearm, right? The actual firearm, the
The FN or the SIG?
I'm getting to it. I'm a little slow. Sorry. The 223 SIG.
Yes.
Hold on, you got it close. I'm not picking it up. Nope, I'm not touching it. Thank you. Show showing you State's Exhibit number 3. Is this the firearm that you collected in the home?
It is.
Okay. Permission to show the jury?
You may.
Can you tell the jury we can see this later? Is that possible?
Oh, sure. Yeah, you will be able to see that later, but.
State's Exhibit number 3. This is legal as far as you know, right?
I would defer to others on that. I'm not an expert.
You have no knowledge if it's a legal or illegal gun?
That's correct.
All right. How about the FN firearm? You know if that's legal?
As far as I know, but I don't know that for sure.
How about the drum? Do you know if that's legal to have?
Don't know for sure.
All right. Nobody made you aware that this is any illegal firearms contained in the house, did they?
No.
You also said that Mr. Rudolph had to carry concealed weapons? Permit?
Yes.
You said CZW. Does that mean a permit?
Yes.
Lawfully carry concealed?
To carry a concealed weapon, whether gun or other.
Okay. In the boxes and in the information that you found in the bedroom, was there any guidebooks on how to work these firearms as well? Owner's manual?
I'll have to check my report. I'm not sure. That was in the nightstand.
All right. Well, that was found in Mr. Rudolph's house, right?
Yes.
States 53W.
But it wasn't in a gun box.
Oh, okay, no problem. But what is this? It says owner's manual, right?
Yes.
So this wasn't, and you saw the boxes with my client's name on it. Mr. Rudolph's name had it on, at least on the one of the boxes that we saw earlier. His name was on the box, right?
Yes.
Even had the date when he probably bought it, right?
Yes.
Well, these guns weren't like from the street at all, right? As far as you can tell.
I don't know that for sure.
All right, but do you usually see boxes and manuals from guns bought hot off the street?
Objection, this is also speculation, but it's not professional.
Sustained.
You don't know anything about hot guns or buying them off the street. You don't, right? You don't know that.
If these particular guns were, or
Any in general, you can't tell, right?
no.
Okay. The other police officers do that kind of work, right?
Yes.
Okay. $53XX. That's the one you said that had Mr. Rudolph's name?
Yes.
PUs, that's probably mean pickup, or you don't know?
I would think that's what it means. Yeah.
And 11/29/2017.
Yes.
And this was the FN handgun that was in the holster in the drawer.
Yes.
Okay. There was no children living in that home as far as you can tell, right? At
Not that
550
I'm
Teak
aware.
Drive? At 550 Teak?
Not that I'm aware.
Didn't see any children's clothing or toys and things like that?
No.
Do you remember seeing I know it's been a long time, but any kind of bags near Mr. Rudolph's bed?
Bad.
Training bags that somebody maybe take with them to train, to a gym or something like that?
Not that I recall.
Okay. $53LL. The two phones you talked about earlier that were from Mr. Rudolph's home?
Yes,
And I mean DJ or the brother's home. I apologize.
in his bedroom, yeah.
Bedroom, yeah, sorry. Which one did you take? This one or this one, or can you not tell?
The gray Apple iPhone.
It'll be the one.
Well, I can't tell from
Okay.
when it's which.
Does it have silver edges on it? You don't know.
I don't recall.
Let me show you the phone.
Okay.
You may.
Showing you states number 70.
Am I taking this out?
You need clothes if you need clothes or
No,
not?
am I taking it out of the evidence bag?
Well, I want you to peek in there and tell me which one it is, so you can match it up in there. I don't want to waste time with putting clothes on.
Okay.
You need gloves to peek in there, huh? Better safe than sorry.
Oh, geez, don't show him that.
Okay, can you?
A little disappointed. I mean, this one has a cover. So
Which one is it? Can you?
in
tell
its
or-
cover, there's no silver exposed. Okay, so I'm going with right
Okay.
because there's no shiny element on the perimeter of the phone.
Gotcha. And do you know if this phone turned on at all when you moved it?
I believe it did. The screensaver activated.
All right. And this phone here, I know you can't remember, but from best of your memory, someone told you it had nothing to do with the case or it wasn't working?
Well, I didn't collect it, so which is not known because I collected every cell phone I came across. So I must have been told it wasn't in play.
All right, thank you. Actually, your memory is excellent because on triple N 53 States Exhibit, I think you took a photograph of the phone, the front of it when you moved it, right?
Yes.
You know, you didn't look at this phone to see if any of this had any relevance, did you?
No, I didn't.
That'd be something for the detective to do.
Yes.
Okay. And like you said, dump the phone to find out everything that's in that phone, right?
Correct.
Triple V, states 53 triple V. And I think this is also in evidence. You remember seeing the box that you identified?
Yes.
You didn't see it, it was in the bag, but you knew what you put in there.
Yes.
Okay. No crime having live ammunition in your house, is there?
No.
You could have 1,000,000 bullets if you want them, right?
Yes.
And I think in one of the pictures you said there was 3 different kinds, manufacturers.
Yes, there's 5 head stamps represented in that photograph, but in the processing of them, I determined there were 3 different makes.
Nothing illegal about those, right?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Talk about what you found in the black Cadillac. Did you take pictures of every defect? Pretty much you did, right?
Well, that many defects, I'm not real sure I got them all. But the ones that were obvious and to the best of my ability, I labeled and photographed.
Okay. And we didn't talk about the outside of the car. Would you agree there was one spot on that car that had blood-like substance?
Yes.
And that would be on the left driver's rear quarter panel?
Yes.
You didn't see photographs of those, did you?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
And it was labeled BLS?
I did. Are you asking if the photos were published?
Yes.
I don't believe they were published here, but they do exist. I photographed it and labeled it, and
Okay. And I'm going to use this little diagram.
Sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, folks.
Judge, I'm just going to interrupt briefly to indicate an agreement between the state and the defendant to enter States 13, that's diagrams of the defects on the Cadillac.
Very well. Submitted without objection.
These are not your diagrams, are they?
no.
All right, but I'm just using a diagram to help explain where the blood-like substance was. Would you agree it was back here in this area?
Yes.
And I don't know if this particular car had a gas tank here because they're all different, but did you take measurements or do you have an opinion about how far it was from the back seat to where the blood was in the back?
I did not take measurements. Approximating maybe 2 feet.
Okay. And did you take a sample of that blood?
I did.
Why would you do that?
Because it's evidence.
Right? Maybe important to figure out how it got there?
Yes. Or who the owner is.
I'm sorry?
Or who the owner is.
Okay, and how about the pattern? Did you take specific pictures to see if it was splatter or it was just a drop?
It was more than a drop. There were several drops. And they were photographed.
All right, do you know about blood spatter? Have you seen that before in multiple cases you've been involved in?
Yes, there's all types of spatter.
Could you tell if this was like spatter that came out of a body because something happened to a person, or could you tell if it was just a blood drop or no opinion?
I'm not an expert in pattern interpretation.
Okay, so no opinion about that.
No.
Are there people who can do that?
Sure.
But seeing the blood here, did it look fresh? In other words, did it look like it was there?
Well, it wasn't wet. It was dried.
You got-
And it was still red.
Okay.
So to me, that indicates it didn't have age on it, because then it starts to turn brown
Okay.
after several hours. So
Who would determine if this is going to be tested, this blood? Would that be the lead detective?
yes.
Not you.
No.
Okay. And the rest of the car, I mean, I know you mentioned all the defects. There was no other blood on the exterior of the car.
No, not that we found.
All right. How about the interior in the back seat? You didn't mention on direct any blood that was in the back seat.
Well, on the areas facing the back seat, which would encompass the headrest of the front passenger seat,
Okay.
and the same for the driver's seat, there was small areas of blood-like staining on the backs of those areas, and I believe there was just a small amount of a blood-like stain on the right rear passenger seat.
Okay, did you put a blood like BLS sticker and take photographs of that?
No,
Did you collect it?
no.
All right. How come?
It's my opinion. I don't know for sure, but it's my opinion that we knew who was in the vehicle. We have all the people that had occupied that vehicle at some point during the shooting, so there wasn't a need to identify the origin of the blood-like stains.
Okay. So do you know, as you sit here today, if that blood came from a man named Tyler Robinson versus the decedent?
That I don't know, but it's my understanding that Robinson didn't make it to the vehicle.
That's what you were told by law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Did you use that knowledge in determining what you were going to collect? The fact that Mr. Robinson didn't make it to the vehicle, I'm not offering you for the truth, Judge. I don't know if you want to argue that. Did you use that knowledge to determine if you were going to try to find evidence of Mr. Robinson's blood inside the car?
No.
And then why
Maybe I don't understand the question.
Yeah, that's a bad question. I'm sorry.
I didn't use the fact that there were blood-like stains in the rear passenger compartment of that vehicle to determine what I collected or documented inside that vehicle.
I'm asking about Mr. Robinson. You said you received information from other officers.
Sustained.
I didn't even ask the question yet.
Well, it was the same question that you just said you were going to ask her the same question that you've already asked. You may. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, please do.
Would you agree you were not concerned with trying to find Tyler Robinson's DNA inside the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the phones in the car in the trunk. Case Exhibit 39. S. Is this the phone you testified was in the black bag?
There were two cell phones in that trunk. Can't tell from the screen which one it is.
All right, well, let me. Let's see if this helps out. 39Q. Does that help you?
That's the contents of the main compartment of the bag, and that screen does not look similar to what was in the bag. The other screen view that you showed.
I don't know. Sometimes screens change, don't they?
If it's on screensaver mode, it should be the same image that comes up if it's locked.
Okay, well, I wasn't there, so do you have any notes that can reflect to help?
There should be another photograph of the other phone,
Yes, I can do
and
that.
it's
There's
it's
also
screen.
39E. Do you see that, or is it too far?
I can see that doesn't tell me which one it is. There was a loose one, and then there was one in the satchel.
Let me show you the other phone. N. I don't know if this is the other phone. Now I'm confused. Just showing you the pictures.
Yeah.
I'll show you all the pictures of the phones. T. Maybe this one. There's a lot of pictures. How about H?
The red Apple iPhone was laying on the floor of the trunk,
Okay.
and the blue Apple iPhone was inside the satchel.
Okay, so this is G. Is that the red one you're referring to?
Yes.
And that's H. Is that the front of it?
Yes, that would be the front of the red phone.
So the phone that was in the satchel that we had identification of the decedent, Mr. Jean Jacques, that would have been in his bag, right? Not this one. The other phone
The blue one
was in the bag with Mr.
was in the satchel.
And the decedent's ID was in there too, right?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't investigate any of these messages, did you at all?
No.
You don't know who Ghost is or Roxy or TY is, do you?
No.
All right. Or boarding a flight to LA, your boarding pass available. You don't know about that, do you?
No.
So 2 phones in the trunk.
Yes.
You don't know who owns this phone, the one with the tennis rackets on the screensaver.
No. If that's the blue one, you can guess that it's the decedent because his ID is in there, but I don't know for sure.
Right. Well, let me show you these photographs. This was the decedent's phone, right?
Yes. Well, it was in the satchel with his ID.
Of course. That'll be for the police to determine who the owner or who used that phone, right?
Yes.
The detectives.
Yes.
And you would suspect they would clearly try to get into that one as well, so we could see what was done with that phone, right?
I would think that would be part of the investigation, yes.
Every phone. Every
sorry?
phone involving this case.
My opinion, yes.
So you see the tobacco paper you talked about?
Yes.
So does that look like this was in this bag with the decedent stuff?
Yes.
Okay. So this is different than the phone with the tennis rackets, right?
Yes, that screen is yes.
Okay. So this phone is more consistent belonging to the decedent because it's in his bag with his identification.
Correct.
So 3 total phones found in this black Cadillac.
Yes.
You don't know how the phones got in the trunk of the black Cadillac, do you?
No.
Dates 36 A through M. Photograph L as in Larry. Is this consistent with someone picking up a rock or a boulder and breaking a window?
It could be a bat, stick.
Okay. You have no idea who broke this, do you?
No.
That would be a crime if somebody got caught breaking another human being's.
Would it be improper for this witness to talk about whether or not something is or is not a crime?
That may be true, but I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead. Answer the question if you know the answer.
It'd be a crime to somebody break another person's window if they didn't have
You said
permission,
it
right?
could be. That's obvious then.
Yes,
You don't know who broke it, do you?
I do not.
Nobody checked this car for any DNA or anything that possibly could have done this. No way to do that, right? No way to
I would
tell.
say there's no way, but it wasn't done.
All right. But how would you possibly check who did this window if there wasn't a video or a witness? How would you do that?
The only thing left for me is latent processing and DNA swabbing.
Okay. No one asked you to do that, right?
No.
You know if that's Mr. Rudolph's car?
I'm sorry?
Did you find out the car with the broken window was Mr. Rudolph's car, Travis Rudolph?
I don't believe I was informed of ownership. I don't know that for sure.
No problem. Showing you photograph 36I, State's Exhibit. Presented as evidence. It's the black shirt that you found in the front of the yard?
Yes.
Size large?
Yes.
Anybody check DNA from the neck or in the shirt to see whose it was?
I don't know if that was submitted for DNA analysis or not, but again, any request for DNA or follow-up analysis would come from the lead detective.
Okay. But you collected it.
Yes.
Oh, and you put it in evidence, and it's here today, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're in your notes. Isn't it true that it was a cold or a cool evening that night?
Yes.
All right. What's cool mean to you? I know Florida cool means different than in New York. So what's cool here?
Cool for me is 55 degrees. If it's above that, I'm happy running around in shirt sleeves.
Okay. So 55 degrees would be cool relatively in your mind?
Cold.
Cold.
Yeah.
How about cool?
Cool would be certainly like 65. It'd still be okay.
Do you remember the temperature by any chance this day? Or no?
No.
This night?
No.
But your notes reflect it was cool.
Yes.
Getting there. All right, photograph State's Exhibit 28, A through F. So you F first. And you testify this would be Mr. Gene Jock, the decedent's hand, and a badge will put over him.
Correct.
And why is that? Why do y'all do that on these type of cases?
Because if there's any trace evidence that we don't know about, the bag is used to contain any debris that might fall from the hand as it's being handled and transported to the medical examiner's office.
What's trace evidence? What does that mean?
It could be anything from fibers to hairs, glass fragments, dirt, whatever the investigation might deem probative as trace.
If somebody gets into a hand-to-hand combat, is it possible to get trace evidence like DNA off somebody's hand?
Sure, we can swab the hands.
And how about the fingernails? You aware that the medical examiner swabs under the fingernail and takes samples from that?
They don't swab, they actually clip all of the nails.
Why?
That's part of the autopsy evidence that comes over to me,
Why?
again, for trace.
So if someone's in hand-to-hand combat, you might find the other person's DNA or an unknown person's DNA.
Sure, it's possible.
Okay, and that's why y'all do that. You don't know if any of that was checked in this case, do you?
Was what?
Any trace evidence collected and checked in this case?
I don't know if analysis were requested specifically for that from the nail clippings.
All right, how about for DNA? Do you know if any DNA was attempted from the decedent's hands or wrist?
No, well, I did not swab them. And once they get to the medical examiner's office for postmortem, it's the detective can request that if necessary, and they can do it, or they can ask for one of us to come over. But I believe that was part of the process.
Weren't you told there was a hand-to-hand combat in this case, or foot-to-foot combat, or something like that?
Overruled.
I'm not asking if that was true. I'm just asking if you were told that to see why you would collect or wouldn't collect certain things. Were you told that?
Yes.
You collected it.
Swab the hands. Is that?
Transfer to another human being, or
Well, I need condition of the hands too. With blood-like stains present, it's difficult to. With a substance like that present on a surface, it's difficult to get a separation DNA sample because of the contamination from blood.
all right. So you testified this was the medical examiner's investigator, Mr. Longuasco,
Yes.
and why is he doing this? Just so you can get pictures?
Yes, that's typical standard photos that are taken of all decedents, no matter what the manner of death. We do dorsal and palm side.
Right. And you've seen rigor mortis, unfortunately, hundreds of times, probably, right?
Yes.
How would you classify this rigor mortis? Is minor, medium, severe?
I don't know whether she does or not. Do you? Okay. Sustained.
Was it relatively easy? Did the investigator, when you were there, Longuasco, did he have a hard time moving fingers back?
No.
Have you seen cases where the medical examiner investigator has to actually break fingers to move them back?
Well, you don't break the fingers, you break rigor.
Okay, well, I don't know how it works.
It's, yes.
So sometimes you have to use excessive force or a lot of force to open up somebody's hand?
Yes.
Not in this case.
No.
All right. About done. Just to make sure I didn't miss anything. Thank you. Hold on. Did you ever see either Travis or DJ Rudolph at all that morning?
No, I don't recall seeing them on scene.
Okay. Would you agree that in this type of case, when you mentioned the word intermediary target, what's that mean? Would you agree that the bullets hit the car and then once they hit metal, the bullets fragment?
Yes.
So when
You go through several different iterations of themselves
Sure.
once they pass through a hard metal surface, and then depending on the type of ammunition, they will tend to break apart, and it keeps going at each level or each surface it goes through, and then you're left with nothing but bits of metal.
All right. Do you know if the people in this case that one got killed, one got shot, do you know if there was little fragments that hit them, or you wouldn't know? As opposed to whole bullets.
I think for the deceased victim, based on the viewing of his back, it was a combination of both. He had large, what I consider gunshot wounds, and surrounded by small, almost like burning areas, where like hot fragments hit the skin, burned it, and then left.
Your job as a crime scene investigator, are you supposed to be neutral, or do you generally work with the police and side with the police?
Side with the police. I don't understand.
All right, Vanilla made an arrest for murder and 3 attempted first-degree murders. So my question is your job supposed to be cold and neutral, or because you're getting your salary from the sheriff's office, you tend to side with the lead detective and do what she asks you to do?
No, that doesn't come into play. I'm there to document. The evidence actually speaks for itself, so I'm there to document, collect, and process evidence, whatever that is, and however the results turn out.
Right, so in this case, did you see a broken PlayStation in the home in 550 Keith Drive?
I don't recall seeing that.
See any bricks out of place in front of the home? Bricks around the palm tree, I don't know if you remember that.
Bricks, no, just the ground cover lights along the front pathway. And knocked over by the t-shirt.
I'm talking about the palm tree. There were some bricks around. You don't remember that?
No.
Why do you keep using the word victim? You don't know who the real victim in this case is, do you? From a legal standpoint?
Well, this is the information that I was given on scene, and I need that information in order to fill out my paperwork properly, including the proper receipts. So this is the identity that was given to me by detectives on scene. I'm asking for a victim. I'm asking for a suspect. And there are times when I asked you, it's okay to list this person as a suspect, or don't list them at all because they're just a person of interest at this point. So I identified them as I was given the information on scene.
You don't know in this case that the person you think is the victim is one of the people who started all this, or my client was acting in self-defense. You don't know that, do you?
No.
There's no way of knowing if the decedent in this case, or the victim as you call him, had a gun pointed at my client and his brother. You don't know that.
I don't know that.
Or if Mr. Tyler Robinson had a gun pointed at my client and his brother, you wouldn't know that either.
That's correct.
You can't say whether that's true or not true based on your investigation.
Correct.
Both Mr. Dean Jock, the decedent, and Mr. Robinson, you can't say either one of them whether they had a gun or not pointed at Mr. Rudolph. Both Mr. Rudolphs.
I cannot.
Back to 54. Page 54 that's been entered into evidence. What you mentioned earlier about Redwood and the street adjacent to it, the side block. I don't remember the name, sorry.
The one south of 550T was Sable Pond.
Sable Pond. So what did you see in that area?
Well, that area on Redwood near Sable Pond were the blood-like stains that I swabbed for CSI Ali.
I think you said number 40 was the first one.
Yes.
If I put it up, it's probably going to be too blurry. Do you remember it, or you want to see it? I'll show it to you.
No, I have it in my report. 40 was the first area I swabbed.
I don't think you can see it on this one, maybe.
Yeah, 40 and 41.
That looks like 40 to you?
Yes.
You do. Okay. I'm not trying to trick you. All right, so this would be the first area of some blood.
Yes.
You know if this was spatter, splatter, or whatever words you use, or drops, or no way of saying it. You need some water?
Right.
You need some water? We can get you some.
Working on a cold. Sorry. Some of the blood-like stains that were deposited where I swabbed Some was just an area of that looked like a 90-degree drop, which means somebody was stationary and dripping blood. Others are elliptical shaped, which means somebody may have been traveling as they're depositing blood dripping from some part of their body. It wasn't a spray, but
Number 40.
small amounts.
Thank you. How about number 40? What do you remember about that? Was that like somebody was standing there, running?
I think all of the years people were moving, but the last area that I swabbed was more 90-degree shaped, which means just more round. And usually those drops are indicative of somebody who was stationary or slowed down.
All right. Give you a break. This oil stain here, you know, if that's where the car made the U-turn, did it look like that when you were there?
I don't know for sure. I am aware of
Sure.
dark brown oily stains
Okay.
photographed and documented by C.S. Ali at this scene.
All right. You don't. Do you know whose blood this is from in Stanchion 40?
I don't know who originated any of the stains. I don't know if they were set for further testing or not.
You swabbed them to see if anyone can do that, right?
Correct.
Okay. When you see blood in that picture, you don't know if the person who dropped the blood, you can't tell based on the stanchion and the blood if that person had a firearm in their hand, can you?
That's correct.
Was all of the gunshots coming into this Cadillac consistent with going from right to left?
I can't determine that.
Nobody asked you, or to your knowledge, anybody else in the crime scene, at the sheriff's office, or West Palm, or anywhere else, to your knowledge, to go to Mr. Keyshawn Jones' home to see if he had a firearm in the house.
No.
Y'all get search warrants all the time, right? To go into people's homes?
Sure.
Or permission. Someone give me permission. Hey, come to my home, check out what I have.
Yes.
You don't do that, the detective does that.
Right.
As a detective would have got a search warrant or permission to go to Mr. Jones' home, you obviously would have done that to see if there was any firearms if it was important to this case.
Someone at crime scene would have documented that.
Okay. To your knowledge, nobody took any photographs of someone named Dominique Jones to document any injuries she had. At least you didn't, right?
No.
You aware of anyone doing that from the sheriff's office? Or
I'm not aware of anyone else who did.
And I don't know if you did this or not, or the detectives normally do this. Who would check the neighbors for cameras and doorbell ring cams and things like that besides?
Typically, deputies would assist in doing a canvass, and the detectives would look as well. If it's in my immediate zip code where I'm documenting, I like to include that information. If it's in close proximity to my scene, I like to include that information in my scene photos.
Okay.
But this time, I wasn't aware that there were any neighborhood cameras that I needed to take into consideration, so I did not document any.
Okay. The other officers would have told you, hey, go to this house, take photographs. If there was other cameras.
Usually they do, especially if it was in close proximity to the scene.
How about where the Cadillac parked? I know you weren't there and the car was gone when you got there. It was in 40th and Broadway, but you remember seeing a big oil stain across the street from that other photograph I showed you?
Yes.
And you know if any of the houses right near where that car was parked had any cameras?
That I don't know.
And you suspect they didn't, otherwise the deputies would have asked you to document them?
Usually that's the norm. That's what happens.
when I approach her.
Okay.
Show you State's Exhibit number 27. Presented into evidence as what was in Mr. Sebastian. It says contents of Sebastian's pockets, in parentheses, keys. Did you collect this?
I did.
You open it and show us, please. Sorry. Can you hold this up for us? How would you describe what you're holding, ma'am?
It's two keys, one of which has a Toyota insignia.
Anything else? And how would you describe the dimensions so the record's clear? Approximately. I know you don't have a ruler. Just a rough estimate.
Couple inches.
Okay.
So the Toyota one is it's the key fob,
Right.
and then an additional key, and I'm not sure what that's from. It's a door key. I don't know.
Okay. You can put that back. I appreciate it. Thank you. Have you ever seen Defense Exhibit number 5 from the doorbell ring camera?
No.
When you saw the decedent, you saw him obviously in the car and also on the ground, right? Yes. That's the decedent here in this photograph. With the white sweatshirt. You see his right pocket in this photograph?
I do.
Isn't it true that his pocket did not look like that when he came out of the car?
Overruled.
Isn't that true?
It did not look like that. No.
You don't know what's in his pocket here in the decedent's pocket in this photograph, do you? Can I have that back? Thanks.
No.
Oh, thank you. I get it. Oh, I come around. Let's get out of the way. Thank you. When you were there at the scene, did you take photographs of the decedent's full body when he was laying on the ground?
Yes.
And his pocket, his right pocket looked nothing like in that photograph while he was standing up in Defense Exhibit 5, correct?
Overruled again.
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All righty. If there is any redirect, how brief will it be? Okay. All right. promised, I am assured that redirect shouldn't take longer than 5 minutes, so we'll double that, call it 10. Now, question is, how much time do you all, you've been very patient, I appreciate it very much. How much time do you want for lunch? We'll start with an hour, is that good? Yeah, it looks like almost. Okay, now it's unanimous. All you got to do is wait long enough. Oh, there you go. 2 votes for 1. There you go. Okay, so please be back here at 2:55. 2:55. Remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules. You won't run into me out there, but if you run into anybody else from this trial, duck us, we'll duck you. Keep an open mind. No research, no discussion even amongst yourselves. See you at 2:55. In the interest of time while the jury is leaving, come on up. Today is the 9th day. Tomorrow's the 10th. That to me is 2 weeks, which is what you asked for. Get through both of those witnesses, even if we have to stay